Welcome back to OtakuDaiKun. Dai here. Yes. We're here to jump into, thankfully, the final part of Lostbelt 6, now that it's finally available. Absolute madness went down last we saw, so I'm excited to see where the story goes. What happens now that I'm assuming Morgan got killed, and they definitely cast Tristan Bobanshi into the pit, where we've got a big fuzzy evil giant waiting to see us. How many nodes was it? Or how many, you know what I mean? Like, individual chapter nodes? I found out that one of the filters I had on my audio was preventing me from being too loud. Yes, I rolled all the quartz I had gathered on Koyanskaya, and she never came home. So I'm done with her. I'm done with her. I've given up on Koyanskaya. It's very sad. Went to chapter 30. Okay, cool. A couple of updates. Yes, my strange fake video, the re-uploaded version, has also been blocked on YouTube. It's a matter of certain sections of video, and I've seen this before, YouTube getting hyper sensitive, or rather, probably Aniplex getting hyper sensitive. Whoever is running the copyright system for them on YouTube. Very sensitive about clips that show too much of a given section for more than long enough. The general rule is to never show 10 seconds of an anime clip consecutively without cutting to like another point in time or skipping a bit or doing something that takes it out of order from the original. So this is, you know, strange fake, just it's YouTube's automatic filter picking up on it, but like an ass, it's not picking up on it until like 24 hours after the fact, or within the first 24 hours of uploading the video. So what I'm doing right now is, the problem is I made that video on Thursday, I got it done so that I could upload it on Friday. I was super excited, which did not give me the time to test upload it to my backup channel to see how, to put it on my backup channel to see whether or not it will flip any of those automatic triggers. I always search for those and test them first, normally. But I didn't do that for this one because I thought it was simple. Then when YouTube first came to me saying, hey, we blocked your video, here's the claimed portion of the video, I edited that one section only, then re-uploaded it, and then it got blocked, and it's like, well, here's a new section that we've also found is triggering the automatic thing. It would have been nice if YouTube was smart enough to be like, okay, here's a list of all the blocked sections. And I'd be like, okay, then I'll edit all of those out in one single session. But YouTube only, lately anyway, has been like, okay, we found one copyright thing here, and that's all it shows you. So you go, you edit that thing, you re-upload it, then they tell you, oh, here's another one. You go, you edit that part back out again, and then you re-upload it again. You have to do that as many times as it takes, till hopefully you can go more than like 24 to 48 hours with the video going poof, you know, disappearing like an asshole. So that's currently what I'm going to be working on. I tried to get it up as fast as possible to ensure that none of us were missing out on the good video. But if YouTube's going to be this way, I want the video to be there for the long run for people who want to watch it. So yeah, it's extremely tiresome because it's easy to fix. They just don't give you the full list of things that all need fixing right at the start. It's kind of like how the adpocalypse used to be. It's like, something is demonetizing your video. We don't think it's appropriate, but we're not going to tell you which section or how long or what would it take. Adi-chan is doing generally pretty damn well. She is finally back. She's back, and I'm happy about that. Let me see here. Hey, Dai, how am I today? I'm doing okay. I've got a lot of things that I'm juggling right now. Lots of stressful work But yeah, so that sucks. The other thing is, I'm supposed to get a call from the vehicle insurance on my car to finally finalize that and get my check. So I might have to take that call, and I'll take a little break when that happens. I also have to take breaks at every 2-hour mark, because my dog is currently taking, in our attempt to try various things to cure her, her issue, her different health issues, we tried her on some prednisone, which I immediately regret, because one of the things that prednisone does, at least for dogs, is it makes them super thirsty, and they drink tons of water, and then they have to pee a lot. And with my dog, she gets incontinence, so she just kind of starts peeing herself spontaneously, and it's not fair. It sucks for her. Yeah. So, you know, she's back in diapers on occasion, like overnight, because she can't necessarily go 4 hours without peeing herself. It really sucks. So we're immediately trying to wean her off of the prednisone, but you can't do that immediately, because prednisone's one of those drugs you don't cold turkey it. It's very dangerous. So it's like weeks and weeks of slowly lowering the dose to get her off of that stuff, and hopefully she'll be back to normal. But in the meantime, she needs to pee a lot. So every 2 hours, I'm just going to take a quick break and let her go outside. So I hope you all can tolerate that, I guess. Ari-chan could be here, except she's at work right now, which sucks. She's at the office at the moment. But yeah, I think we're good to go. Camelot has been overthrown. Looks like we're gonna get another summary from Gordolf. Which, you know, I'll take. That'll help. Well, thank you, Crunchy King. Oh, in other good news, I now have my hands on... I did a lot of upgrading for my model and stuff. I'm going to be doing some really cool things soon. I've got 2 base stations. I've got 2 index controllers. I've got a Vive tracker and an index headset, so that I can finally start doing some more full body stuff with my model. I mean, it's not on right now, obviously, because I can't play a game like this and have the index controllers simultaneously. But yeah. God, these guys have just been sitting in the border for 45 days. That sucks. That really sucks. Did I see your question? Should we expect some... I feel like we already did Game of Thrones backstabbing. I think that's what got Morgan killed. I don't know how much longer the Lostbelt's gonna be. Well, people have said it goes to chapter 30 with some interludes and an epilogue. Today is the 45th day of our covert operation off Britain's coast. I've called you all here for one reason and one reason alone. The time has come for us to decide whether to leave this Lostbelt, which you really can't, lost world according to our technical advisor's reports, and return to standard space. Or to muster everything we've got and send additional forces, myself and Murian, to aid the field team's efforts. Honestly, we don't really need you two. We don't need you two. What are they gonna do? But, fortunately, we just received a new report from Tiffany with excellent news. Captain, if you would. Got it. Restoring power to the command room. Whoa, the lights are back on? Then does that mean... That's right, my boy. Mission complete. Morgan is officially out of the picture. Sarah, Da Vinci, and Kyrielite really came through. What's more, the fairies were so impressed with our accomplishments that they agreed to give us one of Camelot's Rongominyads. Woohoo! I can't believe we're gonna get the real thing instead of just the spell. Now the border's finally gonna have a main cannon. We can't wait to be the gunners. Alright, but only the 4 of you. You can draw lots later to decide who it'll be. A Rongominiad main cannon, huh? As the director, it'll be my duty to pull the final trigger. I don't want to compare this to real life right now, Steven. Leave the whole current war thing out of there. It's okay, Miki Okokto. Have a wonderful day, and thank you for stopping by. Okay, Gordolf, let's not get ahead of ourselves. That said, I can't stop grinning either. I've always dreamed of having a huge cannon on the deck. Maybe we can come like Skies of Arcadia, and we'll have the Delphinus with its, God, what was it? It's not a photon cannon, was it? I think it might have been. That was always exciting. Yes, good point. At first, I thought I'd like to build it into the bow, but on further consideration, that seems extremely unsafe. Much better to add it to the deck, since we can jettison it at a moment's notice. But never mind that now. According to the report, it'll take them 7 days to reach the shore from Camelot. We'll wait here until then. After they arrive, we can leave. That is why I had Captain turn the lights on in the command room. Now that we no longer have to conserve as much power as possible in case of an emergency, we can get by with only moderate energy conservation. I know it's been a trying 45 days for all of you, so now's your chance to recuperate while we prepare to install our Rongominiad. Yay! Is something the matter, Administrative Advisor? Most people would consider this cause for celebration, you know. While we're at it, I feel I should let you know something you don't seem to be aware of. That face you're making right now. You may as well be shouting. It feels like this case has only just begun. Thank you for the warning, Gordolf. Watson used to tell me much the same thing. However, I'm afraid you're not quite correct. This is no mere feeling. I assure you this case has only just begun. So how do we get Rongominiad so quickly? Well, we don't have it yet. I guess they're just prepping and getting... They're jumping the gun a little bit. Gun. Really? Even though we defeated the Lostbelt's king? We still have yet to answer so much as one truly essential question, Director. How did this Lostbelt come into being? Why was Camelot built? What purpose were the bells of pilgrimage originally meant to serve? What is the Fairy of Paradise's mission? And what happened to the great calamities? The Red Calamity and Black Calamity that ended Britain during the first iteration of the Fae era, before Morgan's involvement? For that matter, who was it that originally attempted Britain's destruction? If the unnatural lines of malice I've glimpsed in Da Vinci's reports are any indication. The true culprit? No, the truth itself still lies elsewhere. Rest assured, I am all in favor of restoring the power and recuperating, but not for the purpose of returning home. No, now we must remain all the more vigilant and prepare for the worst-case scenario. From here on, this will be a battle to save the world, and Caldea's aid will be essential. Woo! Spooky. Spooky, spooky. Swoopity, swoopy. Everybody's happy! Aw, blushing Mashu. Rejoice! Yorokobe, minna. It feels like we got back to Salisbury in no time. I don't know, I feel like we should still stay at the castle. I know, but between the talks we had in Camelot about our next steps and the wagon ride here, it's already been 3 days. So far, everything's been going smoothly. Wherever we've gone, fairies have come out to cheer for us. Barguest is staying behind in Camelot to handle things. Ah, good pupper. With the upper-class fairies as Knocknarea's proxy. Percival is staying behind as well, so he can secure the sacred lance affixed to the castle's entrance for us. Is Spriggan willing to just give us that? That'll take 1 more day to remove. Then another 3 days to bring it back to the storm border stationed off the coast. Although, I'm a little worried about him. He said he's doing fine, but... yeah, he seemed to be kind of... dragging. Even when we insisted he get some rest, he said it was more important that he pay us back for what we'd done. I mean, it's true we don't have a lot of time left to spare, so I can't deny that'll help us out, but still. Oh, I know. After he brings us the Sacred Lance, we should give him a turn in one of the border's recovery pods. If a full course of cutting-edge medical technology doesn't perk him up, nothing will. Besides, he could probably use it anyway, since it sounds like he's been working non-stop since he started the Round Table Army. Hey, that's not a bad idea. Think you could give Habitrot a spin in one of those recovery pod things, too? She insists she's just sleepy, but I can tell she's been getting more depressed by the day since Morgan was defeated. All she does is sleep and write in her diary day in and day out. Hell, even now, she won't budge for her bed, from her bed upstairs. I can only guess she's beyond exhausted. Artoria, I've got to ask, are you sure about this? I get following Morgan's example by having the coronation at Salisbury's cathedral. Then again... you said you were going to let Knocknarea take the throne and go back to Tintagel. And now it's all but a done deal that she's going to be the next queen. How could you just give up your claim to the throne after everything I did to help you get there? Sure, it's great that the clans came to an agreement so quick, since the Child of Prophecy suggested it. But still... I know, but this is what's best for Britain's future. The only reason I'm still here is because Oberon gave his life to save mine. Oh yeah. If it wasn't for him, my journey would have ended there. In the end, I never came close to reaching Morgan's level. Maybe I'd feel differently if I'd been the one to defeat her. But it was the rebel army that did that. Percival led the Round Table Army, and it was Knocknarea who assembled the army of northern fairies. Me? I just went straight for the glory, and you saw how that went. But honestly, I don't know the first thing about politics. So letting Knocknarea be the next queen and retiring to an easy life in my hometown seems like a no-brainer. I can almost hear everyone's cheers of, "Great job, Child of Prophecy," right now. Oh gosh, you're in a good mood, aren't you, Child of Prophecy? And why wouldn't you be? You really did it. Oh, thanks to Da Vinci. Here you go, 6 deluxe apple waters. Thanks, Mike. You know, I just realized that there aren't any other customers here. There a reason for that? Oh, that? I reserved the whole place for you guys after Redrabit told me you were coming. If the other fairies found the Child of Prophecy was coming here, the place would be packed to the rafters. Especially since there are fairies from all across Britain to see the next queen's coronation. And I've got a feeling you don't much care for crowds, right, Artoria? So I thought you'd feel more comfortable if it was just you guys here. Well, you're not wrong. Thanks, Mike. Okay, everyone, let's toast to our victory. All together now, all together now, all together now. That is a very throaty swallow. I should use that for hentai. That victory toast might be the best thing ever. Congratulations on a job well done, everyone. Thanks, Artoria. However it went down, Morgan's gone. Now that Morgan's gone, we don't have to worry about proper human history being invaded. So you say. And this Britain should remain safe and stable, at least until the bleached Earth phenomenon situation is resolved. I don't know what'll happen after that. Maybe it'll stack on top of proper human history, or maybe it'll be expelled from the planet. But if nothing else, we can be sure the fairies won't disappear. We're also thinking about using the storm border to help some of them migrate. This does mean we'll be going our separate ways, but I know things will be fine with you and Knocknarea here. And once Chaldea handled its own problems, our leaders will come back to pay their respects. So what about regular, real Britain? How are you going to contend with the two? Huh? You mean you're leaving Da Vinci? Yeah, after the coronation. Besides, I've got a ton of work waiting for me back at the border. But I have nothing planned for today. If there's anything you want to ask me about, now's your chance. Oh, I know. I'll make a roadmap for the next few years of your pub's growth. All you have to do is follow it, and this place will become the best hotel this side of Camelot. You got the genius guaranteed on that. Wow, really? That sounds amazing! I guess I'm gonna have lots of new goals then. I can't wait! I can't wait! So, Mashu, what did you talk to Barguest about earlier? Oh, right. We had a short chat just before we left Camelot. Oberon took a hit trying to protect Artoria, after it turned out that there was more than one Morgan, that what we thought was just a copy. I've been entrusted with handling the aftermath here in Camelot. Percival and Knocknarea's subordinates will be the ones making the decisions. But I should be more persuasive than with the ambassadors and officials who have yet to get on board with the new administration. As for Spriggan and Aurora, they both agreed to support the Child of Prophecy's choice for the new queen. I'm concerned that we still haven't heard from Murian, but I doubt that will be a major issue. Understood. This may sound strange coming from me, but I'm glad you're here helping us. There's no need to thank me. This is all I can do to be useful. Though I must ask, why do you look at me like that? I'm a criminal and a traitor to the crown. I don't deserve to call myself a knight. That's not true, Barguest. You're an exemplary knight. Your loyalty to Morgan never wavered, even for a moment. But you stood up to fight her in the name of protecting Britain. That must have been a very difficult choice. I think the Lostbelt fights are harder than the Epic of Remnants, personally. It depends on which one, though. Sometimes it's been easy. Other times it's been a nightmare. I absolutely hated the Artemis fight. That's the worst one in the whole game, I think, so far for me. You're not the first knight I've known who made a choice like that. Which is why I'm so glad to see the rebel army welcome you with open arms. You wield your sword for others' sake, not your own. You truly believe it's the duty of the strong to protect the weak. Epic of Remnant was the intermediary chapter in Fate Grand Order. The first major arc of Fate Grand Order's story was the Singularities and defeating Solomon. Then we had Epic of Remnant, which was some remaining demon god pillars from the main battle that managed to survive. and that led into the Lostbelt, which is the current arc. So please, Lady Barguest, please don't be so hard on yourself. You were just as noble a knight as Bogart said you were. I see. So you were there with Bogart when he died. Tell me, what did you think of him? Was he a good lord? He was a wonderful lord. Till he went batshit insane and tried to, RAPE me. He did everything he could to help Sheffield and Norwich, up to his dying breath. And maybe a member of Chaldea. But here in the land of the Fae, I'd like to think of myself as a knight of Sheffield as well. Seriously, Mashu, you're just so naive. You didn't realize what he was gonna do to you? That's how much the people I met there meant to me. Like, Ritsuko would have never forgiven Bogart. Oh wait, that's what I meant to say, Demeter. Was it Demeter? It was Demeter. The big ball one. The big floating ball. Was that Demeter? My bad. Artemis was the giant cannon in Atlantis. Yep, okay, sorry. I take it back. It was Demeter.
My bad.
It gets easy to be brain scrambled when you keep track of all this stuff. That's kind of why I make my lore videos, is so I can finally go back, watch them, and be like, oh yeah, that's what the hell happened. I see. I'd expect no less from the old hardhead. He's always been surprisingly considerate. Until it comes to having sex. He was also a huge womanizer. Well, there you go. That's one thing Woodwow's never had over him. Really? I had no idea Bogart was so popular. Oh yes. His plain-spoken nature had a way of cutting straight to the fairies' hearts, even if he didn't mean to.
Yeah, I am Bogart. Get to the chopper.
Yeah, he has a really good plain-spoken way of cutting straight to fairies' hearts.
I'm going to ravage you in the bedroom now. Now, I tell you.
Very, eloquent. How else would he have been married 61 times? Good point. In retrospect, that does explain a number of things. The same is true for you, Galahad. Right, you said your name was Mashu, didn't you? I'll be undergoing a court-martial once Camelot's affairs are in order. But after hearing your words, even a century in prison will pass easily. Thank you, young knight of proper human history. Honorable knight of the true round table. Were it possible, I would have loved to meet other knights of the round table. Really? Like who? Good question. Maybe Sir Gawain? No, never mind. I know my emotions would get the better of me. He would want to fondle your tits. But I'd also love to meet Sir Palamedes, Sir Tristan, and Sir Kay, who is said to be the tallest of the knights. Well, as a matter of fact, you've already met one of them. Senpai told me all about it. You actually killed Tristan. Remember that night who held you back at the ranch? That was Sir Tristan. What? Really? Tristan, the child of sadness? That Tristan? That's right. Though I suppose he may not have made a strong impression. Oh no, he did. I would never forget that sheer mastery of the bow he demonstrated. It's just that... Oh, what have I done? How could I ever hope to make amends? You beat him in a fair and honorable duel, right? I'm sure there won't be any hard feelings on Tristan's part. Although I am curious, why are you so attached to the Knights of the Round Table? It seems like there's more to it than just the name Morgan gifted you with. Ah, right. You are a fellow woman and knight, so I suppose I don't mind sharing with you. Well, it goes without saying that they're all very attractive. I especially look up to them because of their stories. Despite all the personal problems they faced, in the end, they always chose to stick together and protect their kingdom. They were the very model for a strong and honorable knight fighting in defense of the weak. You know, I'm gonna throw in my 2 cents here and say that the knights were kind of fucked up. They are not the perfect knights that they are claimed to be. Frickin' Lancelot, you know, let his affair drive him to madness, and he murdered his fellow knights just to save Guinevere and then run off. And then when he came back to try and help Artoria, it was Gawain who's like, nuh-uh, no, you screwed up. You don't get to help Artoria. Which is part of why she lost in the Battle of Camelon. If everybody, like, actually stuck together and did what they were supposed to, they could have defeated Mordred easily. That's my opinion. But everyone kind of slowly withered away or ditched. You know, even Galahad, he was like, you know what? I got the Grail. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Well, he went with the Grail. It's all very complicated. But I'm not a huge fan of... I think they're very flawed people. I don't know what I would have done without their example to guide me. They made me want the same thing for Fairy Britain. So what, who told you stories about them from proper human history? That's always weird. Even though, ultimately, it was you and your companions who accomplished what I could not. I'd like to give you the Foreign Mage a message for me. I'd like you to give the Foreign Mage a message for me. I mean, you'd think so, because the way they behaved in Camelot, the Singularity, was also horrible. You know, they're so used to following Artoria, but they're so grief-stricken for abandoning Artoria in proper human history that they were willing to serve her blindly and tyrannically in Camelot, killing the weak for the sake of the strong in her weird grand plan. I'd like to, yeah, I already read that. Please, tell her thank you for supporting our world. No, for supporting the Child of Prophecy. As nights go, I may be a disgrace, but I will never forget the debts I owe her. If ever she should have need of my horn, all she need do is say the word. Oh yeah, I need that horn now. She really said that, huh? Yes, it's unfortunate that we first met her as an enemy. I hope from now on, we can help each other instead. I see your question. So if you had to choose an unused historical mythical setting for an FGO chapter, which would it be? I guess Romance of the Three Kingdoms. That's one that has me very interested. Don't worry. Barguest may be readying herself for jail, but there's no way Knocknarea is gonna let her see the inside of a cell. There ain't anyone else around who knows the fairies of Camelot as well as she does. If Knocknarea is gonna rule effectively, goddammit, she's gonna need a right hand. She's gonna need a right hand she can trust. You're heading out, Grimmer? Just a little errand I need to take care of. I'm gonna see how Knocknarea is doing. The Northern Fairies have never been to Salisbury or the Great Cathedral before, right? So I figure they could use all the help they can get, seeing how the coronation's tomorrow. Wait, do you know what Romance of the Three Kingdoms is? Yeah, I do. I mean, if you didn't realize, the entire Dynasty Warriors franchise is based off of that period, which is admittedly how I was first exposed to it. Oh, right. I forgot you all have the first Grimmer's knowledge. Well, thanks for helping that jerk out. This will be her greatest opportunity to shine yet. Have I ever played Total War 3 Kingdoms? No. Uh-oh. Murian, what the hell happened to you? There's no more here, or here. Is she still... Oh, she's looking around. That's strange. I couldn't have already got them all, right? Pretty sure you could have. Hello? Is anyone still there? Is anyone still alive? I'll redact you! Out if you are, okay? Just say something, please. What is she trying to say? I'll what you out? Let you out. Okay. Lady Murian. I don't think there's anyone left in that box. Perhaps it's time you moved on. Who's there? Oh, Koyanskaya, it's you. When did you get here? Did you just get back? Just give me a minute to wash my hands, okay? They feel so gross for some reason. Weird, don't you think? Even though you're wearing gloves. Take that, and that, and that. You can't hide from me. Not in the woods, not anywhere. Die, die, die! I want to see you running in panic, wailing for someone to save you before I grind you to paste. Are you freaking kidding me? How is this supposed to be fun? It's gross, it's disgusting. How the hell can you fairies enjoy this? Answer me, you disgusting insects. You started this, right? Why did you do this? And why are you begging for help now? If you know how awful it feels, then why didn't you spare the Wing Clan when we begged you to? Aw, poor Murian. She's learning things the hardest way possible. Who's there? Pardon my intrusion, Lady Murian. Did I startle you? Oh, Koyanskaya, when did you get here? I haven't seen you around lately. Have you been in town long? Oh, but never mind that. Listen, I've come up with the very best idea for revenge. I'm going to use my game board to make an inescapable bug trap. It'll take me hundreds of years to create an open world big enough to finish off the whole Fang Clan. But that's okay, I can wait. I'm the Butterbur Princess, the most patient of all the Wing Clan fairies. I swear I'll complete it, no matter how difficult it may be. After all, just imagine how good it'll feel to take my revenge once it finally happens. It's going to be the greatest moment of my life, and I'm going to devote everything I have to making it happen. It's going to be great. What could go wrong? Oh, Lady Murian. Her poor mind. It just can't accept the dull reality. So, how are things in Camelot? Is Queen Morgan really gone? Yes, she is. Morgan was put to death, and the rebel army now controls the city. Oh, is she in denial of what she just did? Is she, like, regressed mentally? There's to be a coronation to mark the reign of the new queen tomorrow. Once that happens, it's only a matter of time until the new law of the land reaches Gloucester as well. And if the truth about what happened to the Fang Clan ever comes to light, I'm afraid it could put you in a precarious position, Lady Murian. Huh? Something happened to the Fang Clan? Yep. Yep, she's regressed. Oh boy. She's blocking it out. Oh well, never mind that. Right now we need to focus on Camelot. I never thought Artoria would relinquish her claim to the throne so easily. I was hoping she and Knocknarea would end up taking each other down, but oh well. Still, it's a good thing there's going to be a new queen soon. There's no time to waste before the great Calamity shows up, after all. Knocknarea is a direct descendant of Mab, so she should understand how important that throne is. So I'll contact her soon and arrange an alliance between Camelot and Gloucester. Once the threat of the Great Calamity is passed, then I'll find a way to overthrow her. Right now, our priority is ensuring Britain's survival. I can wait to invite our mutual enemy, proper human history, Chaldea, to my garden until then. Oh my, you're going to war with Chaldea, Lady Murian? And here I thought you didn't have any interest in them. I didn't at first. But it's obvious now that proper human history is a threat to this land. And they're your enemies as well, right? So that makes them mine too. But first, Knocknarea. I'm going to start by writing her a letter, asking her to kick the Round Table army out of Camelot as soon as she's officially the new queen. There's no way I'm letting Chaldea have a sacred lance. They all belong to Fairy Britain. Anyway, once I'm done writing it, would you deliver the letter for me? I used to have Oberon handle this sort of thing, but I haven't been able to reach him lately. Very well then. I'd be glad to attend the coronation on your behalf. But if I may, Lady Murian, what are you going to do afterwards? You really need to get out of this room before it starts to affect your health. I have a lot of reading left to do. There's so much Morgan suppressed during her reign. How did she stop the Great Calamity before? And for that matter, what is the Great Calamity? I just know the answer to those and the other questions must be in the documents I took from Camelot. And if that information is written down somewhere, I'm positive I can decipher it. I'm going to find out the truth, as sure as I'm the Butterbur Princess. Yeah, I want to know. Keep playing to find out the truth.
To Camelot!
Another interlude. Is it a lewd interlude? There you have it. She said to give you her regards, and that she's looking forward to your coronation, you jerk. Is that so? Well, forgive me for not jumping for joy at being congratulated by a gutless coward who turned and ran away at the last second. You're still mad about that? It's not like Artoria ran from her competition with you. If anything, it's the opposite. She stepped back of her own accord so you wouldn't get caught up in her mission as the Fairy of Paradise. I know that! Why do you think I'm so pissed off? After all that, she's just going to disappear and let me have all the glory? She thinks she can save the bloody world when no one's looking and quit while she's ahead? Not on my watch, she won't. That's no different from the kind of crap that Morgan pulled. Just you wait. As soon as I'm on the throne, I'm going to begin a Child of Prophecy hunt that'll put Morgan to shame. I'm going to find her wherever she goes, even if I have to invade this paradise place she's from. Now who's acting like Morgan? Alright, but be warned, that ain't an easy path you'd be taking. Interfering with Paradise's duty means fighting proper human history. It'd be a pity to bring a whole new kind of war to Britain right after finally bringing peace to it. Fine with me. More than 5, even. I never had any intention of playing nice with proper human history. I'm not as extreme as Morgan, but it's still basically a foreign land, right? Knowing there's more land out there waiting to be conquered is the best news I've heard in my life. My purpose is to rule. The more there is to rule, the happier I am. I can feel my magical energy surging just thinking about it. Looks like the idea of fighting proper human history really does entice you. If you're so certain, I won't try to stop you. Cuchulainn gets along great with the woman who essentially caused his death. It's pretty hardcore. He seems to be a very forgiving lad. Either way, it's going to take time to get Fairy Britain back on its feet, and Chaldea will probably finish their mission by then. You really okay with Sarah leaving? True. I was hoping she'd agree to be part of my staff, but oh well. It's a shame, but it looks like I'll have to let her go on her way for now. But I'm sure we'll meet again someday. It's only a matter of time before I become a super evil queen and invade proper human history, you know. And once I do, I'm sure she'll come pay me a visit of her own accord, as my rival. Looks like you're dead set on getting everything you want. Not that I expected otherwise from you. Plus, you're already obsessed with Camelot's throne. Don't damage it no matter what, huh? When you get right down to it, a throne's just a fancy chair. But you were dead set on that particular one. Same with Morgan. She refused to leave it, no matter what. Why is that? You know something about it? Okay, I guess I can tell you. Morgan's throne is the cornerstone of all Britain. It's what keeps the fairy cycle alive. It's the gear that keeps the life of every fairy who died at the end of the Fae era in motion. Its false round table, Ash, created a... Is it a false... I think it's what it is. It's a false round table Ash created after she completed her pilgrimage and chose to defy her duty. It's the throne of a master. Whoever bonds with that throne becomes the master of Britain's fairies. Morgan used it in a desperate attempt to summon the fairies of Fairy Britain and keep them alive. My predecessor, Queen Mab, learned about this era of the High Queen 400... Wait, what? Oh, learned about this in era of the High Queen 400 during her last one-on-one battle with Morgan. The only fairies who weren't wiped out during the Fae era's Great Calamity were Mab, the clan leaders, and a handful of upper-class fairies. Mab had no reason to submit to Morgan's rule because she wasn't one of the fairies Morgan brought back to life. But she also couldn't keep fighting her once she found out how far Morgan had gone to keep Britain alive. So Mab and Morgan made a secret arrangement. They agreed that if Morgan should ever decline and fall, the King clan would be the one to succeed her. Gotcha. In other words, do what you want and I'll clean up the mess. That's right. They were friends in their own way. After that, Mab retired to Edinburgh. Edinburgh. Bruh. Her part of the deal was to produce a new queen who could take over for Morgan by the time she declined. That's the duty I inherited from my predecessor. I'm her daughter, her next generation born for the sole purpose of becoming queen. Whatever else I do with my life will have to wait until I've taken care of that. I just wish it hadn't come about in such a half-assed fashion. But fine, whatever. As soon as the coronation's over, I'm going to rush right to the throne and take over for Morgan. Well, not that there was ever any other option. Now that Morgan's gone, I'm the only one with a spirit origin capable of reforming contracts with every fairy in Britain. Artoria simply doesn't have what it takes. That's just how it is. For sure. It's all like Ainsel prophesized. The Child of Prophecy will pave the way, and then the true king will appear. So the Child of Prophecy and the true king were always two separate fairies. That prophecy is about both of you. If you already know that much, I don't have anything else to tell you. Later, Knocknarea. We'll have to fight each other someday, since you're from this Lostbelt and I'm from proper human history. But we can forget about that, at least for the next few days. Tomorrow's your big day. As Grimmer the Sage, I'll be there to bless you as best I can. She seems confused. You see your comment? How fitting that the largest force that faced Morgan came from Fae, Scotland. Yeah, I think that's fair. The apocalypse turned everything to ocean. In the beginning, there was only ocean. Shooting stars streaked by, civilizations faded, the Earth was returned to resources, and everything became ocean. Some mishap on this planet caused everything to vanish. This is the Isle's dying voice. Ugh, sorry, I got a yawn. Ugh. I didn't get as good a sleep as I wanted. The sound of suffering from one yet to be put out of its misery. Fuzzy Wuzzy. Salisbury! Salisbury! We're off to grand old Salisbury! It's the start of a new era. A new queen shall reign. Will it be the Child of Prophecy? The child of the queen? We don't know, but as long as she does a good job as queen, it's all the same to us. Come on, let's hurry to the coronation. Goodbye, merciless Morgan. Hold up, everyone. Look, over there. There's a Moors on that hill looking at us.
Huh? I'm watching you pee!
Just one? That's no big deal. All we have to do is keep our distance. Britain's about to be reborn. I wonder what the new queen will do with it.
They underestimate me and my buddies!
Let's get them, guys! Woohoo!
We're like bunnies!
Oh gosh. Jeez. Jeez. Soon, the time will be upon us. The number of Moors has exceeded the number of fairies. Who's talking? Having had a sacrifice which pleases him, the god has begun to stir. So eating bobanshi was good omnoms? The way I see it, the whole point of reality is that there are no takebacks. We do things knowing they'll make matters worse. By the time we realize what we've done, it's too late. Then we seal away any who try to reveal our actions for the misdeeds they were. Whose fault is it? No one's, of course. And that is why it's not possible to make things better. What a face. You've heard of the idea of going out with a bang? I think that's a wonderful idea. If you're going to go out anyway, you might as well make the biggest bang you can. Give me my quartz.
暑さ対策はきちんとされていますか？先輩、小さな
The coronation. Yeah, it does look like the Cheshire Cat, kinda, don't it? Good morning, everyone. It's Coronation Day. Now come on, wake up. We need to get to the cathedral before it gets too crowded. I don't think we need to worry about that. We've already got special seats put aside for us. Plus, the coronation should only take an hour. Have you all thought about what you'll do afterwards? Senpai Da Vinci and I are going to wait for Percival. Where is he? That way we can help him transport the sacred lands. Ah, right. I'm going back to the Welsh woods to tell them my journey was a success. Who's even alive in the Welsh woods, though? After that, I think I'd like to help the recovery effort in Londinium until things settle down there. Good idea. Once I see things are in order there, that's when I'll know my job's done. Do I know why Oberon's banner is not here? Is it supposed to be? I thought it was going to be, but I'm kind of surprised it's not. The bit about making sure Morgan's defeated is done at this point. So once your journey's come to a complete end, I'll be able to put Britain behind with a clean conscience. Huh? You mean you have a home of your own, Muramasa? Of course I do. I ain't a vagrant, you know. I'm actually something of a royal assistant, believe it or not. Plus, I still got a weird colleague waiting for me to get back. I can't up and quit for no good reason. Too bad. I'd love to recruit you to our side, but I know you're not the kind to break your existing commitments. Oh, the free 5-star servant? I chose another Mordred, so now I have an NP5 Mordred. I was not impressed by the lineup of servants. His class is spoiler. I guess so. Is it his noble... Well, no, we've seen his noble phantasm. I guess it's maybe one of his ascension arts. That's the big spoiler. So realistically, just agreeing to a truce while we're all still in Britain is more than enough. By the way, what about Habitrot? Is she still holed up in her room? Yup. Said she's too tired to do anything but sleep and go enjoy the coronation without her. Maybe we should go check on her again, just to make sure. That's alright, you guys go ahead, okay? I'll do it. You have chosen to be a dream. You have chosen a path that will prevent you from existing in my Britain. The only time you will have is the period between when she first arrives and when she is sent back in time with my water mirror. Remember this, Totorot. Your dream will end when this morning lark sings, or when the morning lark sings. Except we haven't sent her... We already sent her back. I don't understand how that's supposed to work. How are you feeling, Habby Cat? Huh? You went to the trouble of checking on me? Wow, you're a really good person, aren't you, Sarah? But don't worry about me. Go on, get going. Everyone's gotta be waiting for you outside. I'm just tired, okay? I'll be fine once I've properly woken up. Gotcha. Are you okay with this? Okay with what? You got some reason to be worried about me? What, do you think I've got a secret? You think I'm actually one of the most important fairies in the Fae world or something? Oh, well, I actually don't know anything about your past. Right? Good. If even a single person knew who I was, it put me in a real pickle. So it's fine not to remember me. I just have 1 or 2 things left to do, after all. But thanks for asking, yeah? It's still too soon to say goodbye, but I appreciate you checking in. Make sure you and Mashu look out for each other. You turned out to be a pretty great bride in your own right.
I can't believe Da Vinci is going home. Although, where is her home anyway? What's the outside world? What is there outside Britain? Is her condition gonna improve if she goes there? If it does, then that's a good thing, right? This is the worst. What am I going to do? Why did she have to just leave when every day was starting to get fun? You can't do this to me. You can't take Da Vinci away from me now. Uh-oh. Without her here, I'm just going to be back to my, I'll just go back to being my boring old self. What can I do? What can I do to make Da Vinci stay?
You're sharpening your knife, and I really don't appreciate that. He's gonna go apeshit. He's gonna go apeshit. I'm calling it. He's gonna go apeshit. Lots of whispering. Friggin' spriggin'. We're here. Gosh, I've never seen so many upper-class fairies all in one place before. Look, up on the second floor. There's Aurora and Spriggan in the VIP seats, and a whole bunch of other famous fairies, too. But hey, we're kind of big deals, too. I might have relinquished my claim to the throne, but I was still one of the key players in the assault on Camelot. Our seats must be at the very front of the... Huh? They're all full. Let me see. It looks like our seats are on the first floor. All the way in the back. These are like the seats you give to a friend of a friend if there's any left over, right? Now, it's not that bad. At least we're not seated right behind a pole. Oh good, you're all sitting here too. Percival? I thought you were in Camelot. Yes, well, that was my original intention, but Lady Barguest insisted otherwise. Let me guess. She said it would be ridiculous for the commander of the Round Table Army not to attend, and that she could easily handle things while you were away. Got it in one, verbatim even. She also did say to give you her regards, though. She really is a thoughtful guardian knight, isn't she? I'm truly in full favor of you being here, too. Oh, how's removing the sacred lance coming along? If you need help with it, I can always come back with you to Camelot once this is over. No need to worry. It's coming along great. It should be done by noon today, and the lance should arrive in Salisbury by tomorrow night. Awesome! I don't know if a sacred lance made by Morgan is something we can actually use ourselves. But even if we can't, it'll be an invaluable divine construct just as reference. Thanks again, Percival. Quiet, everyone. Knocknarea's here. She's pretty, I suppose. Whoa, she looks beautiful. Not as beautiful as Mashu in her wedding gown. I know, I can hardly tear my eyes away from her. Don't you think she looks beautiful, Artoria? Yeah, I do. Damn it, Knocknarea. I hate to admit it, but you're the best.
Good day, everyone. Thank you all for being here. Temporary though my position may be, it is my honor to lead this coronation ceremony on behalf of the 6 clans. Lady Knocknarea of the King Clan, our new ruler who will surely lead Britain to a more prosperous future. Please make your way to the cathedral altar and the coronation pedestal.
It's begun. It's a very solemn affair, isn't it? So that crown has been blessed by all 6 clans, and once Knocknarea puts it on, that will mean she's officially become queen? Yep, pretty simple as far as ceremonies go. And since the clans have already come to a consensus, there shouldn't be anyone opposed to...
Here, everyone, these goblets are for you. The moment the blessing is complete, you're to drink this wine to celebrate.
Whoa, wine, bro. Are you going to drink that, Senpai? I can't drink wine, but I can at least pretend. Miners to the rescue. Understood. Then I'll follow your lead. I will too. I'm not really much for wine anyway. Really? Guess I'll toe the party line then.
I, don't care much for wine either, so... Alright, I can see where this is going. Now, let us offer our blessing to celebrate the beginning of our new queen's reign. He should have poisoned the soda. He should have made carbonated soda! And used that to poison everyone. Now, let us offer our blessing to celebrate the beginning of our new queen's reign. Knocknarea, our new queen, please attest to your impartiality, your diligence, your commitment to coexistence, and your integrity.
Very well. As a fairy of Britain, I swear to be impartial in all matters. As the head of the Northern Fairies, I will continue to be diligent. As the fairy entrusted to rule by the Child of Prophecy, I believe firmly in coexistence. And as the daughter of the great Queen Mab, I promise my entire life will be one of...
Objection! Phoenix, get out of here! You can't trust a single word she says. Knocknarea is evil. The Northern Fairies have no place in Britain.
Who said that? Show yourselves. Huh? But you're my subjects.
We attest that Knocknarea has no right to rule. And we are prepared to tell you about the atrocities she has committed. Her regime in the north was a nightmare. Every fairy she shares her blood with becomes her slave, and loses the ability to refuse her. She controls every aspect of our lives, makes army service mandatory, and even takes away our original fairy professions. And that's not all. My brother and I were both infected with Moore's disease. We only went to Edinburgh and became Knocknarea's subjects because we'd heard it would be treated there. But the truth was horrifying. Her treatment was transferring our Moore's curses to fairies she deemed worthless, condemning them to death. I was lucky enough to survive. But my poor brother was given Moore's curses from several other fairies, turning into not just a hideous monster, but one of Knocknarea's giant soldier slaves. Those things that go, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo, those are Moors?
And what's wrong with that? Every one of those fairies knew exactly what they were signing up for. They volunteered of their own free will to sacrifice their bodies, when they were already on the verge of death, so that they could save their fellow fairies and help defeat Morgan. I also gave each and every one of them rewards to suit their sacrifice. They weren't being exploited in any way, shape, or form. Then what about Then what about what's underneath the Queen City? How do you explain that horrible system? Hear me, everyone! Let me tell you about Queen Mab and Knocknarea's secret betrayal of Britain. You probably all think Queen Mab is dead, but the truth is she's still alive. Ooh. Do you know why Edinburgh is known as the Queen City? It's because Mab transformed her own corpse into that city, where it continues to function today. Well, the land is made out of dead fairies, why can't the city be? And for what purpose, you may ask? It disgusts me to say, but I'll power through. Mab planned to consume the bodies of other dead fairies to expand her city and create a stronger version of herself. And the result is Knocknarea. Knocknarea, the corpse golem. Ah. I trust you understand now why the landmass in the north never actually grew. It's because 1,500 years since Edinburgh was first made. Or it's been. In all that time, instead of fairies bodies growing Britain's landmass, they all went into the creation of the woman you see before you now. What else could you call that but a betrayal of our land? How dare they call themselves the King Clan? The truth is, Mab and Knocknarea see us British fairies as no more than food for their own consumption. I'm gonna say constipation. Betrayal? You have no idea what Mab put herself through for your sakes. This land can't exist without a fairy strong enough to sustain every other fairy. That's the only reason Mab became a city of all things. Fine, if you want to know the truth so badly, I'll tell you. I'll tell you the reason British fairies are still alive today, after being wiped out once before. I'll tell you the truth behind the Britain we inherited from Queen Lady Knocknarea, that's impossible! Why is she coughing up blood? Damn it! Somebody stop those insolent bastards already! What are the guards doing? You could just stab the giants. Oh! Spriggan, you look horrified, but I still suspect you. There, you see? Now that her sins have been exposed, they couldn't bear the weight of their shame. Now's your chance, guards. Bring Knocknarea to justice. Don't let the false queen get away with this! We can't let the Northern Fairy Queen of all people take the throne, especially when there's someone else much better suited for it. Battle! Artoria! What the hell do you all think you're doing? She's pissed off again. She's friends. She's friends with Knocknarea. Alright, well that's crazy. And again, we can't use Artoria's there, so they're going to force us to use that version. No coup, we're not going to use you. As usual. We're going to do the same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to Zerker this whole thing. Speaking of kings, here you go. Oh wait, I see. Fine, I'll bring you, just in case. Just in case. Where's my own waiver? Where the hell's he hiding? Okay, there we go. This Lostbelt's been weird, how much it forces us to choose certain servants. Wait, why are we fighting the guards? I fought... Oh. Actually, no, sorry. The giants are our friends. At least at the moment. Can you rage quit being a gamer? Hell no. Hell no. Even if all you do is play the old classics. You know what I mean? Well, if they're working for the orchestrator, then that would mean it's actually not Spriggan's fault, but Aurora's. We'll find out, won't we? I wonder if that means Aurora was responsible for the previous poison of Uther. But we'll see. Did I see your comment, Steven? Most treacherous human societies RL have more restraint. Maybe. I don't know about that, but... Hey, Archangel Glenn. For the Canis Rider Fund? Yes. I guess you could consider it Canis Rider and Zenobia, because I want Zenobia too. I want my Amazon. Well, she's not an Amazon, but she looks like one. Actually, I don't know anything about Zenobia. I just know she's got abs for days. You have Berserker Musashi? Yeah. She's good. Ka-ching! Let us see what's going on. I realized what was happening as soon as I'd finished drinking the wine in my goblet. Damn it! You're supposed to drink it afterward, Maeve. Knocknarea. The wine they were passing out had been poisoned. Durr. At least the wine given to me, the Northern Fairies, and Artoria's group. I'll be fine. I would have kicked the bucket a long time ago if my body couldn't handle a little poison. She's a Diet Cleopatra? She's way the hell hotter than Cleopatra could ever hope to be. But I doubt Artoria and Sarah can stay the same, or say the same. I took a casual look at the back row and saw that none of them had touched their goblets. I don't know why that is, probably just a coincidence, but at least I knew they were safe. I can't imagine Artoria would have caught on, so it must have been Sarah's idea not to drink any. The Northern Fairies here are all my long-serving subjects, so their connection to me is strong. They should be able to handle the poison as well as I can, so I'll pretend nothing is wrong and let the coronation proceed. There's no way I'm letting anyone spoil things now. Holy! Holy, holy! Orion Perez. Dai, I thought I'd say that I enjoy your FGO streams and your lore videos a lot, even if I can't watch them all around the time you post them. No worries about that. Also, sorry to hear your Coin Sky rolls went bad, but I thought I'd help with this for her or him next week. And thank you for your hard work. I think this is my very first red super chat. Arigatou gozaimasu. I am eternally grateful. I mean, I may have gotten some during the charity stream, but obviously that was for charity. So that's amazing. Now, Orion, are you one of the patrons? Are you a member of any means? Because, you know, that definitely gives you some sway as far as, like, the whole helping guide what videos I make or whatever. Feel free to hit me up sometime and suggest something. Return the gratitude better than those Fae? Well, I would sure hope so. There's no telling when the great calamity could begin. Britain needs a new king as soon as possible. Yeah, you could email me. Just otakudaikun@gmail.com. No caps, no spaces. There's no question who tried to poison us, but I guess things aren't going to go their way. Sucks to be that. You can't trust a single word she says. Knocknarea is evil. The northern fairies have no place in Britain. But the second I saw which fairies were raising objections, I knew I was in trouble. The fact that members of my own clan were denouncing me meant that the enemy had prepared much better than I had thought. I felt fine at first, but then I started to grow numb. I could feel my fingers losing their strength, and my throat and organs burning as if on fire. These aren't the only self-proclaimed king clan fairies denouncing me. Similar denunciations must be taking place all across Britain. My subjects loyal to me is both my greatest weapon and my biggest weakness. It's kind of like gods. If you don't believe in them, or you don't question or if you start questioning their power, they get weaker, which is crazy, like basically what we did to Arjuna. If I lose their loyalty, I lose the power I shared with them, too. In an instant, I lost over half my power. I could tell as soon as it happened. The poison, which I'd been able to shrug off earlier, starts to kick in, causing my oldest subjects to collapse. Normally, the guard's spears would only tickle me. Now they pierce my stomach and punch out through my back. Jesus. Oh man, I guess I was more immature than I realized. I must have been so excited about finally getting to wear this dress that I didn't notice until it was too late. Well, yeah, you definitely have contributed that much total, Archangel. I have some very, very dedicated, and I'm extremely grateful supporters of this channel that allow me to do what I do. But yeah. Yeah, you've been doing it a lot, and I'm ever appreciative. And I don't mind if you spread it out or do it all at once. Generally, it's easier for me to know that there's a consistent amount. Honestly, it was part 3 that made me love Maeve and Barguest. They're your favorites in this entire Lostbelt. How did your Koi and Skya rolls go? She did not come home. I did not get her. Why do the virgin brides have to suffer? Are you saying, well, Knocknarea might be a virgin, but Maeve sure as hell wasn't. The Child of Prophecy attacked the cathedral guards! I knew it! I knew the Child of Prophecy and Knocknarea were in cahoots all along. You're trying to kill the queen. Of course we're gonna step in. This is the true face of the Fairy of Paradise and the descendant of the Northern Fairies. What a blood-curdling team they make. Barrel Gut? Yeah, he pushed out. I haven't seen him since. I mean, he's still got his curses to deal with. This is why we can't trust anyone but British fairies. Quickly, someone's got to rid us of these outsiders once and for... Ugh, what was that? Is that Barguest? No, never mind. Shut up and get out of here, or the next one roasts you alive. Or the next one roasts alive. Knocknarea! Knocknarea! Oh. Yeah, I never saw this CG. No, no. Come on, Knocknarea. Don't give up on me. What's going on? Why doesn't she stop bleeding? Why aren't her wounds closing? What's wrong with you, Knocknarea? These should just be little scratches for you. She's not generating nearly as much magical energy anymore. It's almost like her spirit origin is shrinking. No, wait, is she reverting to a child? Come on, Knocknarea, wake up already. You're going to be queen, right? That's what you've been working towards all this time, right? You're supposed to be looking down your nose at me and laughing like you always do. Come on, you big jerk! Huh? Oh, was I sleeping? Knocknarea, you're awake. Oh, thank goodness. Hang on, I'll treat you right away. Oh no, that's okay. I'm used to this kind of thing. Huh? Oh, that's weird. I didn't know your face. I'm not gonna roll for Oberon, no. I've reverted back to waifu-only mode. I guess I never really stopped being waifu-only, but now the ones I like most for their looks rather than their meta. I will not be rolling for Oberon. I always remembered it. When things were hard. You're my rival, yeah. But I'm sorry, it's strange. I know you. But I don't know your name. I'm not sure what's going on. What is this place? Oh right, I'm Knocknarea. I have a very, very important... Huh? What was my duty again? That's weird, I keep forgetting things. Hephaestion? Who the hell was that again? I forgot. Sorry. Oh, sorry, Faker. Yeah, okay. My bad. Yeah, I might roll for her, if she's any good. I don't know where her banner is. I kind of forgot she was a servant in FGO. Oh, right. It's because I gave it to so many other fairies. I guess I didn't have any intelligence of my own left over. What are you saying, Knocknarea? You gave it all away? Everything? You gave away your magical energy? Your miracles? Even your intelligence? You used it all up to get here. All for those ungrateful fairies? For this awful Britain? I'm sorry. Please don't cry, stranger. I still know who you are. You were always my guide. As long as I follow your light, I know I can always find my way home. Don't give me that! Come on, cut it out! Besides, we haven't had our rematch yet, right? You still need to fight me. And once you're queen, you're going to have to get romance, right? Sorry, a great romance, right? Have a great romance, right? You haven't even taken the first step yet. So come on, Knocknarea. You can't give up now. It's okay. I heard in another world, I have lots and lots of romances. Oh yeah, you do. That's funny. I can't remember her name. It wasn't the Queen's Cairn. I'm sure it must be like a flower. Wait, hold on. Knocknarea, don't disappear on me. I told you, you can't give up now. I never would have made it this far if I hadn't met you. If I lose you too, I don't... Liar. You'd never give up that easily. You're too stubborn. Even if you're all alone, I'm sure you'll find your star. She's dead. Nuke it from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. I took care of the guards who pulled their swords on us. The other spectators all fled. Did Spriggan do this? Nah, he ran off in a panic as soon as things started going south. I don't like it. It just ain't arguing I hear out there. Those fairies are killing each other. And here I thought fairies didn't fight if they weren't part of an army. I think the fairies of Salisbury are probably trying to get rid of the northern fairies. I don't know how much of an effect those King Clan fairies' testimonies had. But now I'm afraid Lady Knocknarea isn't here to stop them anymore. Now the southern fairies feel justified in attacking Edinburgh. And the northern fairies, who still consider themselves King Clan, will have to fight to avenge Lady Knocknarea's death. The way things are going now, Britain will be consumed in civil war again. What a terrible waste. Yes, this is supposed to be the start of a new era, with a benevolent new king leading the way. Instead, it's just like what happened with the coronation at... Wait a second. Londinium? Sorry, but we'll have to pick this discussion up later, with clearer heads. Those guards have got the cathedral completely surrounded. We gotta figure out a way out of here, before they come for us, too. Huh? Why'd they come for us next? Whoever did this just assassinated the Northern Queen who managed to conquer Camelot. I don't know what charges they'll level at me, but I'm definitely next on their list. My guess is some nonsense about me conspiring with Knocknarea to take Britain for myself or something. No, on second thought. I doubt there's a fairy in Britain who isn't already dying to kill me. That ain't it. Whoever poisoned that wine had no idea what the Fairy of Paradise's mission is. If they had, they'd never have killed Knocknarea. She was the only one who could have saved Britain, or rather its fairies. And now, her assassin just killed the last hope they had of survival, which I doubt they realize. But never mind that. What are you gonna do now, Artoria? You gonna follow Knocknarea to the grave? Or are you gonna pick up where you left off? I'm a reasonable guy. Just this once, I'll respect whatever you decide. Where she left off? That's far enough, child of prophecy. Foreign mage. Lay down your weapons and surrender. You stand accused of murdering Lady Knocknarea. You idiot. You absolute buffoon. We've received testimony from the many different fairies that you not only interfered with the coronation, you also murdered the guards who tried to stop you. As the head of Salisbury security, I am placing you under arrest. I have a feeling she has no fucking clue what she's doing. Arrest? What are you saying, Lady Coral? We obviously caught them red-handed. The Child of Prophecy deceived us. The foreign mage can't be trusted. And Percival of the Round Table Army instigated the whole thing. We can't let them leave here alive. Just cut them down now and stick their heads on pikes in the town square. That should calm things down. Absolutely not. Testimony alone cannot be taken as facts. There you go, Coral. I knew I had some respect for you still. Not bad, Coral. They have a right to share their side of the story. And as the Wind Clan, we must strive for impartiality. What do you think you're doing? Come on, let's get them. But don't go easy on them just because we outnumber them. They managed to survive a fight against Murian. They've got to be tougher than the Londinium soldiers. Fight back if you want, but any resistance will be taken as a confession of your guilt. Yeah, because that's how it works. But if the three of you give yourselves up, we'll let the other fairies live. So what'll it be? All of you dead, or just 3 of you?
Go ahead, the choice is yours. Good thing we got Ku and fire! Ow! This is custom-made mithril armor.
Shut up. We don't have time for this crap.
You just killed more guard.
If you want to run for it, go ahead. You seem like the reasonable sort. I don't see any reason to burn you to...
Cuchulainn!
Maybe you shouldn't have called him that. He told you that makes him weaker. You blocked my attack? Of course I did. Such a cowardly sneak attack doesn't hold a candle to the real Lancelot. Melusine, you're here too? Then the one responsible for all this must be... Shut up, Coral. It's not my job to keep you safe. My job is to neutralize the Child of Prophecy and the Chaldeans. You can handle the aftermath how you like, as far as I'm concerned. Turn them into rabbits, strangle them, imprison them, it doesn't matter to me. Oh, but I will say this. I wouldn't go outside for the next few hours if I were you. The city's erupted in fighting. You wouldn't last 2 seconds out there. And now Lancelot, huh? Just what we needed. We might be able to take her if we had... we might be able to take her if we all face her together, but... Artoria's still in shock. Without her protection, we'd probably lose at least one or two. There's no need for that. I can handle Lancelot myself. Uh-oh. Go on, everyone. Now's your chance to escape. I'll meet you at the usual spot outside the city. Huh? What are you saying, Percival? I only needed to take care of the Child of Prophecy and the Chaldeans. You have nothing to do with... Oh yes, I do. They're my comrades. I've trusted my life to them in battle. Most of all, they're friends I admire and respect. I don't care if they're of the Fairy of Paradise or residents from the outside world, or even if they're from a different world altogether. None of that changes the fact that we've all lived and fought together. These people have done everything they can to follow the path they believe is right, and to help their comrades do the same. They've devoted themselves to that purpose, and I'm going to do everything I can to help them. That is what it means to be a knight. That is what the Round Table signifies. That is what I was taught at this very cathedral. I was raised to become a knight worthy of the Spear of Selection, to be a replacement for the Child of Prophecy if necessary. Oh? That's right. Just because the reasons that brought you children here were tainted doesn't mean your spirits need to be tainted too. I'm so proud of the man you've grown into. That's why I don't want to lose you now. You've already used the Spear of Selection twice. Once 6 years ago, and once against Woodwoes. If you use it again, I don't care. Besides, I still need to repay you for the blow you dealt Lady Gareth. Even now, her bravery and spirit live on in this spear. Tamlin Lancelot. If you insist on going by that name even now that Morgan is gone, then I will show you no mercy. If you're going to repeat that terrible mistake, then I'll do everything in my power to correct it. Did she run away? Nice. Good work. Oh, thank goodness. I don't know what we would have done if that hadn't worked. Did Lancelot really just back down? She loves you. She loves you. Yes, my sis, Lancelot, is actually much kinder than she seems. I mean, we already met that. I knew there was an excellent chance she'd listen to reason if I made a compelling argument, so I took a calculated risk. I don't know about you, Senpai, but that seemed more like a harsh scolding than a compelling argument to me. There's no telling what she might come back, or when she might come back. Either way, now's our best chance to escape. Come on, Artoria, Sarah. We've got to find a way through the blockade and get out of this city. Crazy's crazy. Rest in peace, Knocknarea.
I will avenge you!
Rest assured. What a wonderful knight Percival's become. He's honest, gentle, dependable, but I've never seen him so angry. He's actually the one who taught me what it means to be human, now that I think about it. I know. I know what I'm doing is foolish, but I just can't help it. Are those screams coming from around Salisbury? No, it's not just Salisbury. I can hear them from all over. Gloucester, Oxford, Norwich. Are those Moors? They're not just keeping to the forest ravines. They're coming out of the plains and highways, too. No, wait. Fairies are turning into Moors on their own? I mean, I thought that's how they normally showed up. We've just received a wind tiding from Salisbury. Queen Knocknarea has been assassinated. Accusations from King Clan fairies have stoked resentment against Edinburgh. And now the northern fairies and upper-class fairies in the castle are fighting amongst themselves. Those idiots! How could they let themselves be riled up like that without a shred of evidence? Where are they? I'll go silence them myself. You there, capture the fairies who are spreading the wind tiding. I'll slap them with the new administration's first charge of treason. Emergency! A pack of Moors has appeared within the castle town limits. We've received a ton of incident reports from all over the city. We don't have enough soldiers to handle them all. What would you have us do, Your Excellency, Acting Commander Barguest? Don't call me Your Excellency. It makes me all twitchy. How could you let the Moors get inside? Hasn't the main gate been repaired by now? Yes, ma'am, but there's no sign of them having entered from the outside. These Moors have been spontaneously appearing inside the city and making their way outside. What? What about the sacred lance removal? I'm afraid we haven't heard anything from that team for over an hour. And that's not all. All the fairies inside the castle are experiencing numbness in their limb.
No! No! Limb. Oh, no, not me. Oh.
It's always that guy. Drummed, but the Moors didn't even touch him. What is that? It's coming from the pit. Oh. What is that? They're not Moors. There's something more primal, more horrifying. Acting Commander Barguest! Damn it. Here, give me your hand. We need to get you away from the pit. Don't worry about me. I can stand on my own. You all need to get away from here. The pit is causing all these Moors to appear. They'll overrun the castle soon. Get to the plains while you still can. Tell all the other Round Table Army soldiers as well. Yes, ma'am. But what about you? If we're going to run, you and the other fairies should come with... Never mind me. Any fairy who could have gotten away has surely done so by now. Now go on, leave. Forget about Camelot. I'll hold the rear while you all make your escape. You will need to worry about survival. Dying out here is not an option. Yes, ma'am. I know we'll be fine with Tamlin Barguest protecting us. They really are good soldiers. Strong, earnest, friendly. The Round Table Army did an excellent job training them. My body feels hot. Is that the Moor's poison? No, wait. This is the curse Queen Morgan was keeping at bay. Now that I'm no longer Gawain, it's only a matter of time until I... No, not yet. There are things I need to do first. I have to save as many fairies and humans as I can. I'll defeat the Moors in the castle town myself, or I'll never be able to look the Chaldeans in the eye. That's right. As long as Sarah and the others are alive, hope is not yet lost. I could still save at least a handful of British fairies by helping them migrate, and I can get Adonis out of Britain. That's the reason I'm still alive. Oh, Barguest. I'm worried about you, you know.
敵を攻撃した時やスキルなどで発生するスターは1つにつきクリティカルの確率を 10% 上げます。
Dude, of course, we're always listening to you, Mashu.
You're just so cute!
Ah, goddammit, it's berserkers. Oh, we only have choice of these guys. Well, of course I'm picking you. At least they're letting me bring my own this time. Alright, it should be okay. I can deal with that. Terminus. We're safe. Yeah, the fairies from the north and south are pretty busy fighting each other. No time for us. I figured it'd be easy to get out once we gave the cathedral guards the slip, but it wasn't that simple. Yikes, they just closed the gates. We got out by the skin of our teeth. Wait, Habitrot's still at the pub. Ain't much we can do for her now that the gates have been closed. Not unless you plan on approaching from the sky like Lancelot. But don't you worry, Habitrot's tougher than she looks, and she's used to this kind of stuff. She's probably giving Mike orders and defending the pub even as we speak. We can meet up with her again once everything calms down. It's not like you're all that close to Habitrot anyway, are you? So don't worry about her too much. She can take care of herself. I guess you're right. I'm concerned about Habitrot too. But we got more pressing matters to take care of. Now that there's been suspicion of cast on Artoria for the assassination of Knocknarea. I mean, it's only a matter of time now until there's an all-out war between the northern and southern fairies. And since we teamed up with the north, all 6 clans are going to be out for us and the Round Table Army. Percival, you should head back to Londinium now and... Percival, you okay? You look really pale. I'm fine. Don't worry about me, I'm just tired. Me too. I'd like to think this uproar is confined to Salisbury. But you're right, Lord Muramasa. Time is of the essence. We need to act now before... Don't be ridiculous. You can hardly even breathe right now. You're not doing anything else until you get proper medical attention. We'll just have to find you a bed in Gloucester or some other nearby village. We can worry about what to do next after we take care of that. I guess Artoria's pulled herself together a little. Not just yet. We got some cleanup we need to do first. Looks like some Moors overheard the commotion. At least they'll be a lot easier to handle than the riot in Salisbury. Come on, let's take care of them and... Hang on, why are there so many of them? Mashu, Da Vinci, grab Percival and get him to that forest over there. Hurry! Grimmer, Sarah, Artoria, get ready to hold them off. We'll keep them busy for about 2 minutes, then make a break for the forest ourselves. It's crazy.
みんなついてきて。今のうちに準備。早炊きです。カルウェナ。早炊きです。カルウェナ。白兵戦行きます。2.1 流夏の。
Wait, 99 of them. I think I just have to survive now, don't I?
兵法むず。
Kengo Bato!
Oh yeah, sexy! My name is Musashi Miyamoto! クラックイックドロー超特急でさよならね。
Whoa! That's the very first time I've ever seen this many on screen before. I didn't know they could do more than 3. That is crazy.
早炊きですカルウェナ。が正体。剣圧にて海を立つ。櫓のごときクジラも大入道ご剣断。いざ魔剣破り受けたまわる。
Oh, and they didn't bother translating this. What did they do? Their little charge gauge isn't translated. You see that? It's still got the katakana there. Was that Chaji? Yeah, I think it is. Chaji. English. Wow. Well, that's a first. Guess they didn't realize they needed to translate that.
兵法無尽お見せしましょう。剣圧にて海を立つ。櫓のごときクジラも大入道ご剣断。いざ魔剣破り受けたまわる。そこです。
Don't kill her. Don't kill her. Well, she's got guts. No. Nice try, asshole.
白兵戦行きます。
Jesus. That's impressive. That is impressive.
対終末対粛清防御始め。
So I'm going to be right back. I'm going to do my 2-hour walk with the dog, or my 2-hour mark walk with the dog, as I mentioned before. I will be right back.
例年なる勝利を刻め。ラウンドオブアバロン。剣圧にて海を立つ。櫓のごときクジラも大入道ご剣断。いざ魔剣破り受けたまわる。
Alrighty, thank you for your patience. Ooh, did I get a super chat while I was gone? Back in a bit, heading home. It's not much, but I gotta keep the channel going. Plus, Dai needs more waifu. You know what, guys? Here's the thing. I'm not going to necessarily use a big chunk of this donated money for the gacha. I feel like that would be the biggest waste of my money and your guys' money. I work hard at, summoning the gacha from, my own efforts, logging into the game and finished. My dog is really good. You just let her out on the grass, she pees, comes right on in, and then I give her her goodies. It wasn't walking with the dog, just letting her out, giving her a chance to whiz. That was crazy. I'm sorry. I should have been the one to fight. Never mind that. Just shut up and eat this. What is he eating? It's some of my best dried fruit. It'll help you recover some of your strength. No, if I get donations from you guys like that, they go toward making the channel better. So I can keep making more content, not so I can roll. My rolls either come from my free-to-play or my own, personal fund. Yeah, the model is stretching. It's like, look at the neck. Thank you, Artoria. You really are the child of prophecy. You're one of the strongest, most honest people I've ever met. I knew I was right to wait for you, to believe that you'd come. Aw. Whoa! There's a ton of Moors all over the highway, too. What the hell's going on here? How can we get anywhere like this? Hey, there you two are. How are things looking at the other cities?
They're pretty shitty if you ask me.
That bad, huh? I guess it's finally begun. Grimmer? We're not going to Gloucester or Londinium. There are Moors popping up all over the island, and every city shut its gates. What's worse, all the fairies who are overcome with fear in all this mess are turning into Moors on their own. It's like the malevolence in Tales of Berseria and Tales of Zestiria. Nowhere in Britain is safe anymore. This is the beginning of the Great Calamity. Dude, this track is dope. I should have sat there and listened to it for longer. The Great Calamity? Already? Afraid so. Don't forget, Morgan's been waiting on all this time. Waiting on it all this time. Don't think she knew what form it would take, though. A Great Calamity is kind of like pus that builds up in Britain over the course of a millennium. Ew. Ew. Massive death throes become magical energy that spills throughout the Isle, and the calamity that catches that magical energy grows huge as a result. That's how the Great Calamities happen, and they're gonna keep happening as long as this Britain's around. It almost sounds like bloodletting. A way of, well, letting the bad blood that's built up in the land's veins, letting out the land. So what kind of calamity absorbed that blood this time, Grimmer? Can you tell? Yeah, I can. Well, more than I already know. I couldn't tell while Morgan was still alive, but now that she's gone, I've got a good handle on what this calamity is. The thing that's been smoldering away in the pit for centuries is about to come out and say hello. That thing's basically why I was sent here in the first place. Although I get the feeling there's more to it than that. How so? From what Gary and Frecky have been smelling, there's signs of more than one calamity on the way. But those two calamities aren't my area, so I don't know what they are. Wait a moment, did you just say signs? Then does that mean the calamities still haven't begun in earnest? If that's true, then the thing at the bottom of the pit, the one Ash said would destroy all of Britain if it woke up, is still asleep. And that means we can hit it now, while we still got a chance. Exactly, you're a quick one, Missy. But to do that, we're gonna need the Fairy of Paradise's help. The old god of wisdom is telling me we're gonna need her to put the thing at the bottom of the pit, the one that awaits the pilgrimage's end, to sleep. Unfortunately, he didn't offer a lot of specifics. I still don't know what exactly that thing is, for example. Artoria, I think it's time you told us about your pilgrimage's final destination. About the Fairy of Paradise's true purpose. Quit lying to me. It's... Oh? Talk about the worst possible timing. Can't they tell we're busy here? Never mind that call, Artoria. Go on. What were you gonna say? Huh? Wait, that was a call. Chaldea just called us? That's right. Don't you see, Da Vinci? We're getting a transmission. Our electronic devices used to be inoperable here, but now they're working again. Well, damn. Don't I look like a fool now? Hello? Hello? This is Codename Watson. Do you read me, Chaldea? Loud and clear, Miss Watson. This is 221 Baker Street. There we go. The last carrier pigeon message received is 4 days old at this point, so I'm afraid we're not entirely clear on your current situation. But permit me to summarize ours. About 1 hour ago, the border's various systems began coming back online, including the systems that would have previously shut down if we'd so much as approached the Isle. At the moment, our electricity is being provided by the steam generator, while we perform maintenance on all parts of the ship. We can also tell from our radar that a dense magical energy contamination has settled all over Britain. It is too soon for this to be more than conjecture, but I believe we can say Britain has begun its collapse. It was the Isle of Britain itself that rejected proper human history, and therefore the storm border. With Britain losing its power, we too can now intervene in matters more directly. You mean, the border's back up and running? Naturally, Miss Sarah. Which is why I would like all of you to return post-haste. The professor still has yet to recover fully, I'm afraid. So we'll need your help to put together a navigational program that will let us maneuver through Britain's dense magical energy, Da Vinci. Once you have all returned to the storm border, it should be ready to begin operations in approximately 6 hours. Come on, Da Vinci. What are we waiting for? Right. The storm border on our side, we can definitely handle the pit. No, we can face any calamity that comes at us. And we can heal Percival in no time, too. Thank you. I truly appreciate your kindness, but I have to refuse. Please, just leave me here. Time is of the essence, right? I couldn't live with myself if I slowed you all down. Don't be ridiculous. I can carry you, no problem. You won't slow us down at all. Right, Da Vinci? only if we don't run into any more packs of Moors, and unfortunately the odds of that are pretty low. Percival, it's only a matter of time until Moors show up here too. If we leave you here alone, we'll basically be leaving you to your death. But you knew that, didn't you? Even though you said you'd consider Artoria, Mashu, and Sarah friends? Yes, I know this is very selfish of me, but... Gotcha. Well, if you're that committed, I guess there's nothing more to say. Da Vinci? So instead of saying anything, we're just gonna bring you with us whether you like it or not. Isn't that right, Redrabit? Yeah, I know you're hiding over there. Huh?
So you already knew, huh? So much for waiting for the perfect time to surprise you.
Redra, what are you doing there?
Good question. I do have my reasons, but I can't tell you what they are. All I can do is ask you please trust me and not pursue this line in questioning further. At any rate, I overheard the whole thing from behind that tree. It sounds to me like you all need a carriage, and one that verges on unsafely fast at that. One pulled by the fastest fairy horse in Fairy Britain, who can keep galloping non-stop until you reach your destination.
Woo! Hooray!
Oh. Oh, it's Barg. That makes 70. Pathetic. I can't believe I'm already so exhausted. My body is burning up. My horns feel like they're about to burst. How is Katosai, the Cord Slayer? He's doing okay. Now that the weather's getting better, he loves to relax in the windowsill where it's nice and warm and cozy. He's a good boy.
Ouch!
What's going on? The more I defeat, the more of them there are. It's as though my exhaustion keeps growing. I can't seem to think straight. There's no end to them. They're just going to keep coming. But I must keep them away from the Round Table Army survivors outside the castle. How about you, Moors? Cool. Cool. Oh, I have to fight with her. Alright. It's a shame I can't use my Barguest. Then again, they're both level 90. Actually, no, Barguest is a 4-star, so she'd be level 80, right? You gotta kill 8 of them. Alright. Oh yeah, Tamlin buff. You're right. Wait, is she still getting Tamlin buffs? I thought that was only because of Morgan's blessing. Chapter 29 has one of those nodes. Oh boy.
弱い。妖精騎士いいだろう。アレイ触覚露出。聖剣両弱。この剣にかけて強きそれはこの剣にかけて弱い。
And then there was one.
He's like, hi! Where's everybody? I thought we were here for the party!
私が命敵ではない。アレイ触覚露出。聖剣両弱。強きそれは
You're the boss for once? Yeah, that helps. Oh shit. What's going on? Everything looks red. Did some Moor's poison get in my eyes? I can barely see. It may as well be nighttime. There, that was the last of them. It wasn't easy, but at least the Round Table army should be safe. Whoa. Oh no, what? Nope, they're still there. Rage, death time. Murder them all. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough. I'm sorry I told you to escape this way. But what other way was there? If you'd stayed inside, none of you would have survived there either. Maybe I should have just eaten them all. The weak can be food for the strong, so the strong can protect the weak. That's right. Even if Britain is reaching its end, there's still someone I want to protect. I have to go. I'm sorry I can't rest in peace here with all of you. I have to get to Manchester. I'm its lord. I have to protect the people there.
This いよいよ夏が始まりました。小さなことからコツコツとですね。一歩一小さなことからコツコツと。
Yeah, this is cool map music. Did you know on YouTube there's Japanese line dubs of this Lostbelt? What do you mean line dubs? Like people are doing voice acting? That's pretty cool. If so, like fan dubs? Damn it, there are Moors everywhere. They must be the same predatory type we saw at Norwich. Hurry, I don't care if you grind the wheels into dust. Just make sure we reach Norwich by nightfall. But Lord Spriggan, what about the soldiers we left outside Salisbury? Don't say it. Believe me, I hate to lose those soldiers like that again. Fuck. I hate to lose soldiers like that after everything I invested in training in them. But we're helpless against so many Moors, armed or not. Humans can only do so much. We need the Fang clan to handle a threat this large. Not that they've been any help, since there's been no sign of them ever since they left for Gloucester. Then, what's the point of running back to Norwich? Shouldn't we cooperate with the foreign fairies again to... Why do you think I'm exercising my last resort? Any chance of alliance with the North died with Knocknarea. damn it. Of course I was gonna have her assassinated eventually, but there's a time and place for these things. See, I knew he was a bastard. Why did she kill Knocknarea now instead of waiting till after the damn Great Calamity? Morgan's history proved beyond a doubt that the fairies need a king to keep them in line. What in the world was she thinking? No. Don't tell me she wasn't thinking at all? She didn't give a single thought to the future, didn't have designs on rising to power, nor the desire to run this country her own way. She didn't think about any of that? She killed Knocknarea solely because she didn't like her? I can't believe this! How in the world did that monster survive for 2,000 years with such an empty head? Because all her brains went to her tits. Don't trust the northern fairies! Knocknarea was a calamity! Salisbury is Lady Aurora's city. We'll protect it ourselves. Have any fairies been infected with Moor's poison? Let us know before it gets worse, and we'll treat you right away. That sounds less like a riot, more of a proper offense. It's dangerous outside. Don't let the humans out of the city. They're our property. Anyone who tries to open the gate is a traitor. If you see someone trying it, say something. Conduct yourselves in a manner befitting the clans. Lady Aurora will save us. Long live Lady Aurora! Long live Lady Aurora! Oh good. I'm so glad to see the night passed without incident. Excuse me? And I'm especially glad things have calmed down outside. Here, Coral, come join me for a cup of morning tea. Lady Aurora, I'm afraid I can't agree about the night passing without incident. There are so many fairy corpses on the streets that we're having trouble disposing of them, especially since we can't take them outside with the gates closed. And then, there are the northern fairies. Oh yes, it's very sad how things turned out for them. Not only is Knocknarea dead, but now everyone knows Edinburgh's secret. What happened to the northern fairies who were here in Salisbury? They collapsed immediately after Lady Knocknarea's death. We took the ones who were still breathing to the rearing house, and are keeping them under close watch. The rearing house? Since when have we had a rearing house? You ordered it built 16 years ago to raise human children. It's been abandoned for 6 years now, so I took the liberty of repurposing it. Oh yes, that darling little house. I always did like it, and it turned out to be so wonderfully adorable. But, you know, now, what was his name again? Well, ever since I cast out that gray-haired human boy, I haven't quite been able to bring myself to visit again. Oh, I had thought you'd forgotten all about him. Lady Aurora, may I ask why you cast him out? What do you mean? He grew up after using the spear only once, remember? And he couldn't become the child of prophecy once he looked grown up, right? He was human after all. Right, of course. Was I wrong to reopen the rearing house? Oh no, Coral. It was a wonderful idea. That building is fully equipped for pest control. It's perfect for the injured northern fairies. A wave of my finger will send them all to their eternal rest. But never mind them. Has the Child of Prophecy's gang been captured yet? I can't believe they'd stoop so low as to kill Knocknarea just because they lost the competition. We'll have to make sure the Child of Prophecy is brought to justice for this abominable crime. The foreign mage is just as culpable, but I'm sure the Child of Prophecy must have tricked her into helping her. I will have to ask that her sentence be lighter. She won't be able to tell me about the outside world if she's dead. Doesn't that sound lovely, Coral? I wonder what the world outside Britain is like. Humans made everything in that world, and so many different kinds of humans at that. I'm sure it must be simply overflowing with wonders that would make your eyes pop out of your head. Lady Aurora, I'm afraid now is not the time for that. The number of Moors outside the city has continued to grow, and fairies from nearby villages have been pounding on the gates asking to be let in. There are even some fairies here in Salisbury who have been showing signs of Moor's disease. We need to increase our shelter capacity immediately. Once we open the gates and let the refugees in, we'll need to open the cathedral's doors as well. We can't possibly tend to all of them ourselves. So we'll have to request aid from the humans in Gloucester or Londinia. Why bother? Just leave the gates closed. Oh, and do have the human guards dispose of the fairies with Moor's disease, won't you? That's the whole reason we've been raising humans in the first place. Lady Aurora, what are you saying? I know humans are lower life forms, but they still feel. It seems far too cruel to have them put down their own friends and neighbors. And what about the refugees outside? How are we... Oh, don't worry about them. They're very strong. Or they wouldn't have chosen to live in their dingy forests instead of my lovely city. I'm sure they'll find some way to get through this. We will just focus on keeping Salisbury safe. Time will take care of everything, Coral. All we have to do is stay calm and wait. So you're not going to do anything? You just want us to remain here in the bell tower? Where it's safe? Now, Coral, don't be difficult. I'd hate to have to strip you of those pretty little wings. Jesus! Jesus! What a thread. Like I did Halabaromia. You remember him, right? He was always arguing with me with his silly logic. You're not like him, right? You're a smart girl who understands my feelings. That's exactly why I know you'll continue working for me for the rest of your days. And that's all we know. We only have the wind tidings to go on, and so we don't have any more details. But it looks like the coronation at Salisbury was interrupted. The Child of Prophecy killed Lady Knocknarea. And mass quantities of Moors have been appearing all around Britain. He also said that Moor's poison has been seeping out of the pit, and that all of Camelot is subsumed in a black fog. I see. It seems the great calamity has begun then. But this changes nothing for Gloucester. As long as fairies vow to abide by Gloucester's way of doing things, that is, to have fun above all else, regardless of clan affiliation, then offer refuge to any who asks. My Fey domain is still alive and well. No Moors will be making their way into Gloucester. Although there isn't anything we can do for fairies within Gloucester who spontaneously turn into Moors. We'll just have to have the Fang Clan mercenaries dispose of them. No, on second thought, send them out to rescue fairies stranded in their nearby villages. The Fang Clan has more resistance to Moor's poison than the other clans. That's why they were able to kill the Moor's king. So if the only problem is an explosion of Moors, the Fang Clans should be able to handle it. What we need to prepare for is the calamity afterwards. That fog, or whatever it is, coming from the pit. Even though Morgan is gone now, the system she created is still rock solid. Camelot has always held the Fang Clan in reserve for situations like this. As long as we use them properly, we have nothing to fear from the calamity. Lady Murian, the Fang Clan is, well... Huh? What are you still doing here? I thought I gave you an order. I'm going to keep studying the pit. I'm finally getting to the truth of it. There are passages in the documents Morgan hid away about Britain's origins. Kernunos and the first prophecy. If I can decipher them, I'll know what the Great Calamity really is. Whatever's trying to destroy our Britain. I swear to reveal it, or I'm not the head of the Wing Clan and the Lord of Gloucester. Yes, Lady Murian. It's no wonder you're Britain's wisest, fairest ruler. Jesus, you suck up. We Gloucestonians are proud to have you as our leader. Don't worry, we'll take care of the city. No, this is no time to take a breather. There is not a moment to spare here. I need to find the answers before Koyanskaya gets back, or I won't be able to call myself her friend. I knew it. Koyanskaya told me about these beings called gods, and it looks like there was one once in Britain too. Kernunos, the god of beasts and islands who parted the seas. That must be the god at the bottom of the pit. The real question is, why did this god disappear? What did the 6 clans wish for? But most of all, what made this world go down a different route than proper human history in the first place? I'm so close to the answer now, I can almost taste it. 14,000 years ago, an invader that fell to the planet from a shooting star. And then the fairies. No, that can't be right, but it's the only explanation. Then we brought this on ourselves? No, a fairy sins of their own. You can't punish children for their parents' sins. And besides, if this really is true, then the pit existing makes sense. It isn't a god trying to destroy us, but the Isle of Britain itself. Oh no, who did that? Oh, I know who did that. Congratulations, Murian. You got it. And thank you for getting rid of the Fang Clan, by the way. That made it so much easier for the Calamity to spread unchecked. Had the Fang Clan still been around, they'd have kept killing enough Moors that the Great Calamity would never show up. This time I'm going all out. The more calamities, the better. Thanks again for doing your part to end things. Besides, you got your revenge, and you learned the truth about Britain. You did everything you wanted, yes? No regrets? Then it's time to pack it in. Jeebus. It's you! Yes, that's right. Oh, and before you go, permit me one final confession. I'm sorry for sicking the Fang Clan on the Wing Clan all those years ago. I honestly didn't have any real reason. I was just in a bad mood that day. Terribly sorry. You did it, huh? You did it, huh? Oh boy. Oh boy. So he says he's from proper human history, but clearly there's more to this story than meets the eye.
It's been a day and a half since I started galloping along the coastline. We should be at the Western Shore soon. Western Shore soon. Incidentally, I've started to lose all feeling in my forelegs. My hind legs too, for that matter. To be perfectly blunt, I'm afraid any more running could endanger my life. My life as a Fey racehorse, that is.
Thanks, Redra. We can take it from here. Hey, Dawson.
Not at all. Even putting my legs aside, the wagon wheels are about 20 seconds from falling off. Are you all ready to run to the ocean as soon as you're out of the carriage? I see a whole mess of Moors over on the shore. I never did figure out exactly, what exactly propeller humming history was all about. But I suspect it means you're all brave warriors destined to truly save Britain. It's been an honor to accompany you on your journey. Alright, this is as far as I go. Take care, everyone. Thanks, Redra. You've been the best damn horse I've ever seen. If only you knew how to shut up. Come on, Grimmer. It's our turn now. Let's clear them a path. Where is my baby? Where is she? Not that baby. I need my summer baby. Where is she hiding? Am I blind? Yes. Baboon. Jesus, where the frick is she? Why can't I find you? Ugh, what is going on here? I can't even see Kiara for that matter. I passed her up again multiple times. Oh, there's Kiara. There they are. There they are. The Lostbelt story is crazy. I'm excited to see where it all goes in the end.
なるべくは避けたい行為仕方あるまい
早だけですカルウェナ運命をかけた戦いであれば早だけですカルウェナ2.1流夏の兵法無事がヒュー剣圧にて海を立つ櫓のごときクジラマン大入道ご剣断いざ魔剣破り受けたまわる
Was that supposed to be Redra dying right then and there? Kind of crazy if so. Is Fate Zero the best Fate out of all of them? Not necessarily. No. It's hard to pick a favorite. I like a lot of them all for different reasons. Of course, if we got that Fate remake, the Fate Route one, then that would be, for me, the undisputed best.
ではこうしよう
豪快に火が剣圧にて海を立つ櫓のごときクジラマン大入道ご剣断いざ
Oh, hi, cat. Let me make some room for you. I'll move my VR headset so you can lay down. Poor little kitty. You gonna rest here with me? You can lay on here all you want. Who's a good boy? If you leave after I did all that work for you, you suck, cat. How do we know much about angels on the Nasuverse? Angels are divine beings like gods, so they're subject to the same thing. Worship and all that. They probably recommend the Age of Gods going kaput. He really is. So, no, the Elmaloy Case Files thing is the take on angels. Hey, Jackdaw45, I think you're behind on the stream. Go ahead and catch up. Right up to date. 'Cause I was talking about passing Yara quite a while ago. Aliens being angels? No, I'm not sure I know what you're referring to. Sounds more like Evangelion than it does Fate. Did I roll for bitch? I did, and she did not come home. She did not. Hey, Jackdaw, welcome to Early Access. Hell yeah. Yep, there's some good stuff you can watch right now. By checking out my community tab, there are now things available to you that were not before. Thank you very, very much. The memberships make me very, very happy. Wow, I've never seen the command room so frantic. Congratulations on a job well done, Sarah. Good to see you safe and sound. OtakuDaiKun is the best Saber or Sakura or Rin as a person. I like Saber, I'm sorry. That's easy. But it would be Saber, Rin, and Sakura in that order. This place seems to be seriously bad news. Our sensors are detecting a positively absurd magical energy signal. According to Sheba, we only have a few hours until the collapse begins. I wish I could give you time to take a breather in your quarters, I really do. But can you tell me more about what is going on here before I have an aneurysm? But first, roll call! That must be Artoria, the King Arthur of Fairy Britain. That must be Percival of the Round Table Army. That's obviously Cuchulainn. And that must be Senji Muramasa, the alter ego disciple of the foreign god. Excellent, I can see that they are just as capable and dependable as I thought. Having them on board should give us the edge we need. Does the room setting change as you get further into the Lostbelts or not? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. Guten Tag, denizens of the land of the Fae. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Gordolf Muzik, director of Chaldea and commander of the border. Given the circumstances, I see no point in discriminating between those of you from proper human history and those of you from the Lostbelt. Since we're all in the very same, rapidly sinking boat, I hope I can count on your help in resolving this unprecedented crisis. By the way, how come there are so few of you? Didn't Da Vinci's reports mention at least a few others? Gareth and Oberon didn't make it. What? How about the Northern Fairies, then? Didn't you have a Mab match with a Maeve lookalike where you became mad friends? Knocknarea passed away during her coronation. Oh, I see. Then her death can't have been a peaceful one. What a terrible shame. Well, we can't count on help from those who have already passed on, and there's no point dwelling on it. Alright, let me tell you what the situation is here. We begun our water takeoff sequence, but it's going to be several hours yet before we can leave. Technical advisor, I need you in the computer room yesterday. Nemo Professor needs your help. Mashu, see that our two guests are well tended to. No, wait. Take Percival to the infirmary first. He's not looking too good. Muramasa, Grimmer, now that you're on board my ship, you'll be treated like any other Chaldean servant. Captain Nemo here will brief you on our plan of attack. As for you, Sarah... I see you're in just as sorry a state as ever. But that's nothing new for you by now, is it? First, I want you to get yourself checked over at the infirmary, then use our precious few spare command spells to replenish yours. After that, you're to return here and brief myself and the administrative advisor on every place you visited in Britain. As you know, we'll be going there ourselves in the Storm Border in just a few hours. So we're going to need all the information you can give us on the land and the fairies who live in it. Yes, sir. Good. It's been a day and a half since our last transmission. So if we leave in 6 hours, that will be about 2 days. I don't see the entire world ending in 2 days, so we should still have plenty of time, I think. Nonetheless, this is going to be a fearsome battle, so make sure you're all well rested and ready for anything. About Saber, where the two kings write, Fate Zero, about she should not redo her... Well, yeah, the whole point of Artorias' arc is that she has to realize she did a good job as king and doesn't need to go back in time to redo it, or have someone else do it for her. So, Gilgamesh and Iskandar were right, in a sense, but probably with different motivations than what she ultimately did so for. I see. Very well, I believe I now have a firm grasp on what has transpired since our last communication. I appreciate your attention to detail, Miss Sarah. With your information, I know what we can do, though whether we can do it is another matter entirely. Oh? So what is it we should do, then? Broadly speaking, we have two goals. The first is to prevent Britain from collapsing. That will require us to investigate the pit, stop the Calamity, and wipe out the Moors that have sprung up all over Britain. And the second is acquiring the divine construct. We came very close to the latter, but it seems we were thwarted at the last moment. Ah yes, the sacred lance that was supposed to be sent from Camelot. I don't blame the Round Table Army for this, but I still just can't help but wonder if they couldn't have finished a day sooner, damn it! About that, Grimmer, could we see you here for a moment? What's up, Doc? Got a question for me? I do, yes. It pertains to the divine construct. We thought we could achieve that goal by seizing one of Camelot's sacred lances. But according to Miss Sarah, you seemed a bit put off with the topic when it came up before. May I ask why that is? Awesome. I don't know if a sacred lands made by Morgan is something we can actually use ourselves. But even if we can't, it'll be an invaluable divine construct just as a reference. Thanks again, Percival. Damn, you got a mind like a steel trap, don't you, Sarah? Yeah, that's right. You guys are barking up the wrong tree. Taking one of Camelot's sacred lances for yourself doesn't mean you'll automatically be able to fit into its, automatically be able to fit it into the ship. Divine constructs are closely tied to their wielder. You might be able to create one, but you having the right to actually use it isn't the same thing. Until you guys get back what you at Chaldea know what all of proper human history lost when the world is wiped clean, you'll never be granted a divine construct of your own. We lost something during the bleached Earth phenomenon? It can't be. But no, it's the only logical explanation. So that's why we had to come to this Lostbelt. And Miss Sion sent us here because she knew about it. Ah! Alert! Alert! There's been a change in Central Britain's gravity. Whoa, it's as strong as the foreign god's pseudo-black holes. Ah! Something really gross is emerging from there. Ah, I don't even want to look at it. You think that's bad? I'm seeing fire spreading all over Britain. Looks like it started in the northwestern part of the island. A whole tsunami of fiery wind is blowing across all of Britain from Manchester. Fire broke out in Manchester? Keep it together. Gather as much detailed information as you can. I also want to see these phenomena myself. Point the ultra-long-range lens we used in Atlantis at Central Britain. I'm trying, but we can't see a thing out there. It's as dark as the bottom of the ocean out there. But we're still positive about what's going on. And it looks like we'll have to go see what's going on for ourselves. Oh, thank you, Cool Kermit. Any word from the professor? How much longer until the navigational program is done? She said it's already done. She just needs 30 more minutes to test it before it's deployed. It's good to have Da Vinci back. That's 3 hours sooner than I expected. Gordolph, Holmes, the ship is ready for battle. Sarah, would you bring Mashu and Artoria Castor here? We don't have a single second to spare. I hate to do this, but it looks like we won't have any time for a test drive before we head out. Okay, that should handle your minor injuries, and I also gave you a stimulant ampule. But are you sure you don't want to try the recovery pod? It might not help you recover completely, but it should at least give you a little more energy. Thank you for your help, Da Vinci, but yes, I'm sure. I'll wait until after the great calamity has been dealt with. If I get into that bed, I'll be unconscious for several days, right? I'm the commander of the Round Table Army, and that's time I can't afford to lose. Even if I can't be of much help, I still want to see what becomes of Britain. And besides, how could I ever face my soldiers if I told them that while Britain faced this crisis, I was asleep? Besides, there's something I need to tell you too, Artoria. I was hoping to keep this to myself, but I can't do that, now that I blabbed about it back at the cathedral. This about being you, a substitute child of prophecy, isn't it? Is that also why you're in poor health right now? From what I've gathered, it was Aurora who took you and those other human children in just after you were born. Woodwose is the only one who saw you had talent at the rearing house, and Lancelot taught you how to use a sword. I'm guessing the purpose behind all that was to create their own child of prophecy? That's right. After Einsel's prophecy became known, a number of different measures were taken in response to the child of prophecy. The Queen's army captured all fairies who had just been born. Some villages hid next-generation fairies who met the description. And some villagers raised them in secret. The Lord of Salisbury idea was this. If we don't know where the child of prophecy will appear, we can just prepare our own in the meantime. So that's why you and those other human children were taken in and raised by warriors? You were meant to serve as the child of prophecy in case this real one didn't appear 16 years later? True, that may have been one of their reasons. About Karia, you think he had his own evil plans if he saved Sakura because he did attack Rin's mom? No. It's... Okay, well, Karia was a man broken beyond all belief. I'd like to think that if circumstances in life hadn't screwed him over so royally, so horribly, that he would not have ever even thought to strangle Aoi, Rin's mom. I think that all came out due to absolute madness. They completely broke him. Now, whether you think he should have been broken in that situation or if he should have had more mental fortitude is another story. What do you think of the new mysterious Kata no Kyokai anime project? I don't know, man. I don't know. I know that there was a Kata no Kyokai film that they never animated, that they skipped from the light novels, so that could be a cool opportunity. In fact, that's probably, if it were me, what my rational mind would say that I want. True, that may have been one of their reasons. So what happened afterwards? And he definitely felt like some cuckoldery going on with, you know, Tokiomi, since he was in love with Aoi but never got to be with her. Lord Woodwose determined that I had the most potential out of all the candidates. What's more, Salisbury possessed one of the weapons Ash the Savior used to save Britain in the Fey era. This spear, the Spear of Selection. However, Ash had placed a seal on the spear that prevented any sinner from using it. In practice, that meant only humans could even touch the spear, let alone wield it. So that's why they used human children. Even if they're not as strong as fairies, they could use the Spear of Selection. And that was the bar that had to be met to call oneself the Child of Prophecy. That's right. Then, when I was just 10 years old, I succeeded at drawing out the Spear of Selection's power. I think it chose me. That it wanted me to use it to kill wicked fairies. I'm sure I heard a voice saying something like that in my head. That was also when the Mirror Clan disappeared from Britain. The day the Spear of Selection chose me was also the day she went on the Lake District on our Lord's orders. Huh? Hang on. That doesn't make sense. The Mirror Clan disappeared 6 years ago, right? But you're... The Spear of Selection uses its wielder's life force to generate its true power. I'm sorry, Artoria. The truth is, I'm 16 years old too. Oh, it ages him. That's why his hair went white. I was 10 when the Spear of Selection chose me, and I aged 10 years as a result. That's why I have the body of a 26-year-old. I don't know, man, if this song has a track title. I mean, I'm sure it does, but I don't know what its name is. But British humans only live 30 years on average. That's why you didn't age any more the second time you used it. You couldn't age more. Does that mean the only reason you're still alive now is... Yes, I must have been born stronger than other humans. I guess Lord Woodwose did choose well, huh? That's why I owe you an apology, Artoria. I was raised to be a substitute for you. No, to be a threat to you. But instead of coming clean about that, I began an organization meant to support you. OtakuDaiKun, why did Rin save Shinji in Fate Unlimited Blade Works? Because Rin's a good person. Probably too good for her own good. You know? She's too kind, she's too nice. None of them wanted to kill anybody. Or let them die. I guess that's the best reason I can come up with. But instead of coming clean about that... Oh wait, we already said that. I used your name without permission, just so I could put the Round Table army together for my own selfish reasons. I have no right to speak about peace in Britain, but I went around preaching it all the same. Yeah, well, I don't think Shiro was ever going to, like, straight up murder Shinji, even after he learned the truth. That's not true at all. You didn't do this for yourself. You never did. Even now, you're forcing yourself into action just to save Melusine. Do you think Percival could have been summoned into Stay Night? With the right catalyst, yeah, probably. Attention, Stormboarder. The ship is now battle-ready. We've detected a powerful gravitational fluctuation in central Britain. Holmes believes this is the start of Britain's collapse. In 30 minutes, we will transition to flight mode and attempt to enter British airspace ourselves. All hands to the bridge. All hands to the bridge. I repeat, the ship is now... Looks like that's all we got time for now. I'm heading to the computer room. What about you two? I'll go to the bridge too. I may be an imposter, but I still called myself a Knight of the Round Table. If nothing else, I want to honor my companions who lost their lives on the battlefield by seeing for myself what becomes of Britain. My own wish may be nothing to speak about, but I can at least honor theirs. A future where humans and fairies can coexist in peace. Whoa. This Britain's on fire. This Britain's on fire. Everything's gone to hell in a handbasket.
Yippee skippy!
Yeah, I don't think you're generally supposed to summon Japanese servants in the Grail Wars, at least the Fuyuki ones. I forgot what that quip was about, though. What the devil is going on here? It's only been a day and a half. How is all of Britain burning in only a day and a half? I mean, I knew Moors were bad news, but this is unbelievable. Get a load of this! No, Moors don't use fire. Something else did this. This has got to be the Red Calamity. Looks like the fire's coming from Manchester. Isn't that where we made that promise with Barguest? That we'd help some fairies migrate to proper human history if things went belly up? That's right. Barguest told me about that. She said she already had talked to Manchester's residents about the prospect of migrating outside Britain. And they all loved the idea. Oh, you're right, it would have been an unfair advantage. Unless all the servants, I guess, were Japanese. Any thoughts on the Super Mario RPG remake? That's a good question. I'm, in theory, excited for it. I'm kind of glad that after all these years, I remember it being like this absolute, like, travesty, this insane journey for me to get my hands on a copy of that game back in the day. Like ordering it from eBay or something. It was a big deal, but it was pretty awesome. I like the sort of pre-rendered 2D graphics. They're They're 3D graphics, but they were pre-rendered and used as sprites. And I think that aesthetic worked really well for the game, to the point where I almost feel like it still holds up against the Switch game, the remake. So yeah, interesting. Is one truly better than the other? I don't know. Was Gilgamesh pure evil, or does he have a little bit of good in him? Yeah, he does. There's a phase he went through as a horrible tyrant, which is what got the gods on his ass in the first place. And eventually he, got punished and he saw death and he mellowed out and became the guy that we more affiliate with the caster Gilgamesh side of things. We stop by Manchester first then? That's where we're headed. We need to find out what's causing the fire anyway. It'll be something of a detour, but it shouldn't affect our entry route into the pit. How are things going on your end, Da Vinci? All systems green. We're making good time at 60 knots, or 111 kilometers per hour. You want to head to Manchester, right? I was just thinking we should make that our first stop, too. We have to keep our promise to Barguest, after all. We should be there in 10 minutes, but it's surrounded by a massive fire. At least the fairies inside should be safe. The town's ramparts ought to keep the fire out. Well, that's nifty. We'll have to move the fairies onto the storm border all at once, so there won't be time to guide them one at a time. So Sarah, I'd like you and Mashu to head there ahead of us and let them know we're coming. I'll send the shadow border down to the surface as soon as we arrive in Manchester's airspace. It'll land automatically, but you still need a driver to get there. Can you do that, Munier? Sure thing. Guess I'm the only one who can, since Chubby's got to stay here as the commander. I'm impressed you accepted so readily, Munier. I suppose you are the border's longest-serving pilot. Oh, well, yeah, pretty much. Besides, I had it easy up till now. Dude, this guy is a total Shotokan. He is totally into Nemo. Great. Okay, I'm counting on you guys to round everyone up and fill them in. You got it. Man, I feel like I'm a paratrooper. Da Vinci thought up an autopilot mode for everything. Scanning for hostile entities. Good. No more's nearby. Outside temperature is 1,000 degrees Celsius. That's like running around inside a forest fire. Make sure your mystic coat is on good and secure, Sarah. Alright, full speed ahead to Manchester. Let's go! Elia was a little bit bad, she said in the visual novel. She said Hercules could have his way with them. Oh yeah, well, Elia was absolutely mangled too. She thought her dad abandoned her, and she spent that whole decade being tortured by the shadow of her mother. Yeah. So, she didn't know the full circumstances that Kiritsugu, in fact, could not come back to rescue her despite his efforts. And, that, you know, Shiro was not meant to be a replacement for her, you know? Open the hatch. We're heading out. Huh? Munier, the hatch is still locked. We need you to... I'm sorry, I can't. You can't go out there now. Damn it, what the hell's going on here? You guys said Manchester was supposed to be this quaint, idyllic town, right? So what the hell am I looking at? Munier, what are you talking about? Come look at the monitor. Are those... They're corpses. A goddamn mountain of corpses. And not just fairies, humans too. And they didn't die in the fire. The human corpses are all torn apart. It looks like by fangs. And the fairies were hacked to bits with swords. Which means the humans were eaten alive.
Help! Help! She's gonna kill me! She's gonna kill me! Something's wrong with Lady Barguest! I don't want to die! I don't want to die! She said we would all survive! She said Knocknarea would keep us safe, even if the Great Calamity struck here! No! I don't want to die anymore! I hate fire! I hate nights! Help! Help! Save me, Oberon! I don't want to be born just to be killed all over again! Oh! Oh! Whoa!
She took off them clothes. Barguest? That's Barguest? She doesn't look anything like you described her in your reports. Really? Big, giant muscle bitch with huge chest and an attitude, but is surprisingly endearing. Why did Ilya say to Heracles, also to Rin and Saber, that she was a little evil as well? I don't know what you mean, man. I don't remember her saying exactly what quote you're referring to. I can't go out. Wait, I've got to get out there. You're gonna finish the Lostbelt in this stream? I don't know. I have no idea how long it's going to take. You said it was like 30 nodes total with some epilogue and interlude. I think I already did the 2 interludes. I could be wrong, though. Sarah, get back here, you idiot! Barguest, tell us what happened here. Knocknarea, you're here, just like you promised. But you can't be here. Leave. Go away. You need to escape. Britain's fairies are... It's all my fault. I should have known better. Master, quick! Get back inside the shadow border! It's not safe out here. Dear God, she just kicked the border like it was a damn football. Get the border out of here, Murian. That's the magical energy eater Da Vinci wrote about in her reports. She's sucking up Senpai's life force. I'm trying, but she's, the steering wheel's not... Huh? Hang on. She's going away on her own. Guess she's not too interested in us. She's headed outside the city. I think towards Gloucester? And she's not alone. There's a bunch of black, dog-like creatures following her. She's got them all lined up in a procession. It's like watching some twisted real-life Pied Piper of Hamelin. Is that the Black Calamity? So Barguest was one of the calamities. I've got the shadow border safely stowed away. Are you guys ready to head to the pit now? Yes. Manchester has been completely destroyed. Given what has become of Barguest, and the fact that she is now leading a procession of black dogs, I believe it would be best to refer to her as the Calamity of the Beast from here on. Not the same as a beast of humanity. Regardless, though we could take her on now, I agree that we should make our way towards the pit first. I trust there are no objections? No. Hey, come on, just because it's true doesn't mean you gotta be so blunt about it. She might have been our enemy, but Barguest was one of the few fairies in Fairy Britain who... It's okay. I'm not sure why Barguest slaughtered all of Manchester, but whatever the reason, it's no surprise she became a Moors after doing something so horrific. I have no problem calling her a Calamity now. Okay, if you're sure. Just don't push yourself too hard, okay, Artoria? You think Dean did a good or bad job? I think Dean did okay. I wish Dean's Day Night were done better. I wish they used the same budget and art style consistently that they did for the Unlimited Blade Works movie, that they did throughout the entirety of Dean's Day Night would have been perfect. I need to see what my cat just knocked down real quick. I'll be back, okay? Okay? What did my cat knock down in the other room? Okay? What was your favorite scene in Fate Strange Fake? That's a good question. I don't know, I like Tine. Tine's cool. Tine Shelk. She was able to, impress Gilgamesh, or rather, not get herself killed by him, which is kind of a feat. So, yeah. There's a worse battle than Demeter? Well, we'll find out. I will find out. In any case, we'll have to fight Barguest eventually, since she's the source of the fighting spreading all over Britain. The walled cities are still holding out, but the fires completely devastated the forests and plains. It also looks like the smoke from the fires gathering in the sky and forming thunderclouds. She's consuming the lightning they generate as her primary food source. Her magical energy grows with every step she takes. We're going to have to stop her before she becomes a literally unstoppable monster. Even so, we need to check on the pit first. There's both a red Calamity and a black Calamity, right? We can't go to war until we know the enemy's strength. Luckily, the Calamity of the Beast is still moving slowly. She seems to be headed towards Oxford right now, but at this pace, it'll take her a good 4 to 5 hours to get there. That should give us enough time to come up with a plan of attack. Got that, Artoria? Sarah? Ah! What is that? What is that? Oh gods, it's gross! I don't want to look at it anymore! Stop that, Lookout. What are you talking about? Ah, you can see the pit, can't you? Save the whining for later and put it up on the monitor now. Our primary objective is to acquire the Sacred Lance at Camelot, whether we can use it or not. So we need to get a handle on what's going on with the pit as soon as possible. Yes, sir. Putting it on the monitor now. Fuzzy Wuzzy was a calamity. Fuzzy Wuzzy had a lot of hair. What? That black mist seeping out from the pit is actually severe multi-layered curse contamination. Whatever you do, don't touch it. It'll make you go insane and rot your whole body. Although, whoa, this is amazing. The inside of the pit's almost like a whole other dimension. Every signal I fire at it just disappears. It's basically a cursed bottomless pit. No, never mind the pit itself for now. That's the real problem. What are you doing, data collection? Get to work already. I'm trying, but I can't. I can't get a read on its magical energy or its spirit origin. I'm not even getting any real numbers for its mass or volume. Even when I compare it against the pit itself, just the part we're seeing here is showing up as over 2 kilometers long. Whatever it is, it's impossibly big. There's no other creature like this, not even in the deepest ocean trenches. Ugh. Grimmer, is that the same god that was present during Britain's Genesis? Yep, that's Kernunos, the beast god. In Celtic mythology, it's the king of beasts, and the one who knows hell itself. Here, it's the being responsible for Britain's creation. That thing's why the old god of wisdom chose me to come here as his vessel. That said, he didn't mention how much it's changed. If this is his idea of a joke, I ain't laughing. That thing's way too big for anyone, human or fairy, to do something about.
Angry Fuzzy!
If he created this place, why is he so villainous? That's the creature from the mural. Is this really happening? Please tell me it's just a bad dream. Zeus I can understand, he was a machine at least. Ivan the Terrible might have been a massive mammoth, but that made sense for the frigid tundra. But that's a living creature. So was the mammoth. There's no way any living creature could be that huge. And it's just standing there, right in front of Camelot. We can't possibly go in to collect a Rongo Mini head now. Or can we? What do you think, Administrative Advisor? Is there a chance we can get past that thing? I hate to say this, Gordolf, but I simply do not know. Shit, I have no fucking clue. We simply know far too little about that creature to say anything for certain at this point. I can say that even viewing it through the monitor is enough to give me palpitations. That creature is pure, concentrated curse. In fact, I dare say that there has never been a maledict god more powerful. It would be suicide to set foot in Camelot right now, and yet I suspect that creature is precisely why Queen Morgan prepared the sacred lances. Take a look at where she kept them. Then Queen Morgan, was preparing a means to defeat that thing. She had a plan to protect Britain all along. Then we should go to Camelot. The sooner the better. I agree. Besides, the big guy hasn't so much as budged. Maybe he's just there existing, and that's what he does. Plus, servants ought to be able to withstand some degree of curse. So I say we do what Sarah says and head down to Camelot throne room before... We can't, it's too late. It's all too late.
I'm going to touch you.
More black haze is leaking from the pit. the same as the Calamity we saw in Norwich. Then that must mean it was... Yes, that Calamity was just Kernunos' hand, one of many. Never mind that now. That hand thing is creeping up the wall towards Camelot. No way. It's destroying the castle, bruh. Our magical energy gauge is going haywire. The cursed contamination emanating from the pit just skyrocketed. It's currently at 640 million tons, and still rising. It's a humongous tsunami of a curse, big enough to cover all of Britain. So you're saying it's a metric fuck ton of curse? Oh gosh. Ooh, there goes the other hand. Jaeger!
Oh no!
His hands are just like entire tentacle trees. Hard to port. 180 degrees. We need to get out of this airspace now. If that stuff swallows up the border, we're done for. Don't let even one of its fingers so much as graze us. Run away! Run away! Oh no! Run away! Whoa! Action time! Action! Action League now. Have you guys watched that show? Gosh, it's old, but I always liked it. It's no use. I'm giving it all we've got, Captain. But we're not getting any more altitude. Kernunos must have 100. No, 200. I can't even count how many hands it's got. They're everywhere you look. We can't avoid them all, let alone get away from them. Damn it, Da Vinci. What about the shadow border? It won't work. Even if we could get everyone on the board in time, there's nowhere to run with the ground covered in curses. There's no way out of this. I think this might be it for us. Ah! Contact in 7, 6, 5. Goodbye, everyone. It's all been swell knowing you. Nah, they ain't gonna get stopped. Something's gonna save us, but I'm not sure exactly what. We have visibility again. Those icky things are gone. Our engine output's back where it should be too. We can get out of here no problems now. Oh good. That makes all the trouble I went to worth it. Now do all of you see why NFF Services guaranteed safety protection is the best in the business? That voice! That honey-eyed, ice-cold, dangerously alluring Vichy voice, that can only be Tomamovich Koyanskaya! Woo, 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 woo. Lady Murian, did you leave the lights off again? Ugh, you're going to ruin your eyes like this. I just got back from the coronation. I'm sure you've already heard how it turned out, but... blood stains. As she came in through the window was the sound of a crescendo. Dun, da 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 dun dun, da da dun dun, da da dun dun. Murian, are you okay? So Murian, are you okay? Are you okay, Murian? Oh, Koyanskaya, you've been struck by a dumb Oberon. Oh, welcome back. I'm glad you're here. I still hadn't said a proper goodbye. Oh, perfect. I actually came here to say goodbye myself. Thank you so much for all your help with fundraising and product distribution in Gloucester. Moors may be the only new creatures I managed to acquire here in Britain. But I still enjoyed some lovely days off thanks to your generosity. I promise to repay this favor one day. As soon as I finished making my primate zoo, you'll be the first to receive an invitation. That sounds great. But I'm sorry, I'm not sure what's going on anymore. Calamity Jane is hot, so I definitely leveled her up. But then again, that's my priority is there talking. It feels like I'm still dreaming, and once I wake up... You're worried you'll forget everything? Not to worry, I'm the beast of taming. Unlike humans, I never forget my debts. Thank you for calling me your friend, my eccentric little princess. It would be an honor to purchase your joy and grief for my catalog. I'd never sell them, of course. I'm quite fond of you. I see. Then do you think you could pay me for them now? I was an idiot. I couldn't keep my anger, my hatred in check. I'm responsible for this. I should have realized who the true enemy was. But instead, I was used and manipulated right to the end. So, at the very least, you'd like to get your revenge? You just leave that to me. I'll follow these bloodstains and find whoever. No, I want you to at least protect Britain. Huh? We fairies may be fated to die out. We can never atone for our sins. Even so, I still want you to protect Britain, to protect the land of the Fae. I don't want the Great Calamity to just wipe us all out on its own terms. I want us to reach our destination, even if it's the end of the line. Can I ask this of you, Koyanskaya? Even though you're all alone in this world, just like me? There we go. That's the outfit I like. Protect Britain in the true sense of the word, Alright, I'll do it. If you're looking for me to protect rather than destroy, it's obvious what needs protecting. Kiritsugu is in the gray because he's not fully good or evil in his opinion. He had the best intentions, but very flawed methods of doing it. But to be fair, he didn't know any other better way. And I don't think... He was hoping for a reality that just simply can't be achieved, basically. Rest assured, NFF Services has the situation well in hand. I'll make sure the ones who can make the real villain's life hardest stay safe and sound. That's Koyanskaya's beast form. Marines, can you put that up on the monitor? It's no use. Our cameras are being jammed, and our sonar's not working either. Blue Archive has some amazing waifu, for sure. There are two in specific that I'm aware of. I don't know their names, though. Ah! Do keep those annoying pulses off of me, won't you? They're messing with my concentration. Sonar jamming, eh? As with Limbo, it's only a matter of time until I need to settle things with Koyanskaya. I was hoping to collect some data that would help us eventually subdue her, along with some inspiration for my deductions. Hell, are you going to escape or not? This emergency evacuation service expires soon. If you need my services again, it's going to cost you dearly. Right, get us out of here, double quick. I certainly don't want to be stuck with a preposterous bill. But we will pay for you in full service eventually. Or for this service. You can count on that as surely as you can count on the bruises we left you with our battle in Olympus. Oh, in that case, it wasn't clear. That was a reference to the fact that we trounced you during the... You're pissing her off, dude. Crap, we just lost some power to the engines again. Can it, Chubbs? You're messing up her motivation. No, it's not that. Pressure is building up on the ground again. It looks like even Koi and Skya could only hold it off for so long. Munier, get us out of here. Whatever you have to do, do it. I don't care if you have to ruin one of the Triton engines. Make it happen. Aye, aye, sir. I'll apologize to Engineer later. And that's as far as the discount friend, that's as far as the friend discount goes. The rest is up to Chaldea. As for me, I think it's time I return to my headquarters. Wherever the hell that is. So this is Kernunos' curse. Easy to mistake it for a weapon capable of destroying the world. But this curse isn't meant for enemies from the outside. It's for cursing your own kind, and yourself. A curse of self-destruction. The only way I could defend their ship from it was to absorb it myself. Everyone's absorbing curses today. What a sorry state of affairs this turned out to be. And so the Chaldean ship barely managed to escape from central Britain. Barguest, now transformed into an enormous calamity of the beast, continued wreaking havoc in other cities. Having crawled out from the pit, Kernunos continued exuding seemingly endless curses. The fairy villages that dotted Britain's forest burned to the ground, which itself began to crack and fall apart under the strain. Do people say fate is overrated? I don't know. I don't agree, but whatever. 2 hours have passed since the Storm Border first set out with the goal of saving Britain. As long as they're not trying to censor it, man. They couldn't save anything. Yes, her name is Russian for a reason. When you find out what she actually is. I have already mentioned it in my lore videos if you want that spoiler, but yeah. The residents of Norwich came to blows over who would escape onto the ocean, over the 2 ocean liners, eventually devolving into murderous mobs of fairies and humans. In a barber shop on Main Street, a kind young human man comforted a fairy woman who had succumbed to panic. The residents of Oxford, who had moved out with the hope of becoming the next privileged class, were destroyed when they were unable to fend off a Moor's attack. Without the Fang clan there to protect them, they were utterly powerless. Although Salisbury managed to defend itself by keeping its gates closed, it was coming to an even more gruesome end than any of the other cities. Londinium continued to burn in silence. The few remaining Round Table army soldiers welcomed the fairies who fled there and did their best to fight off the Moors. Though in truth, the Round Table army soldiers were already badly injured and no longer able to fight. So the fairies who sought refuge were summoned up the last of their courage and defended the soldiers for as long as they were able. Everyone's saving each other in the wake of this hell. The residents of Gloucester disappeared relatively painlessly, one at a time. A young girl who had been freed from the Western Ranch some time before made the journey back to Gloucester after a series of trials and tribulations. She braved her way through the flames to rescue her former master, a failure of a fairy who had been helpless without her. After a tearful reunion, the girl and fairy joined hands before being swallowed up by the fissure in the ground. This is horrible. All of Britain's beauty gone. Indeed, Miss Curiolite. Code Geass Lost Colors? I don't know. If it's a mobile game, I can only be marginally excited. I'm probably not going to start it if it's a gacha game. It would have to be absolutely amazing. Indeed, Miss Curiolite. Once the other Lostbelt's trees of emptiness were gone, they disappeared as well, but their inhabitants were none the wiser. This is nothing like that. Britain is experiencing a true apocalypse. Even if there were some reason that the land of the Fae had to meet such a dreadful end, I shall never be able to forgive the architects of this cataclysm. Yes, well, I understand why you would be so heartbroken by this, Kyrielite, and you have every right to be angry, Holmes. Yes, the remake in English is great. Wasn't that one of your wishes? I'm so glad you get that now. But we still need to do something about it, yes? If left unchecked, that haze seeping out of the pit is going to cover the entire planet, right? If there's something we can do, isn't there something we can do to seal the pit? No, there isn't. We can't even get close to with the storm border anymore. A lot of villains in Fate try to save humanity by making humans immortal. It is true. It's true. The 12 Rungominiads were our last hope, and they've all been destroyed along with Camelot. Were they? There's nothing we can do to stop the collapse of Trismegistus II predicted anymore. Oh, that it was predicted. I'm afraid she's right. Britain's destruction is inevitable now. And from there, that destruction will spread across the rest of the globe, until proper human history, the Lostbelts, and everything else is swallowed up by darkness. What about the dinosaurs in Lostbelt 7, though, huh? Hey now, there's still hope. I'd hold out for at least another hour before giving up. Sure, the fairy sins have been accumulating for 14,000 years. Sure, we're now faced with both the calamities the prophecy predicted, and the corpse of a god that just popped out of the pit. There's nothing proper human history can do about any of that. But all that stuff is also cosmic fantasy, only made possible by this situation. The British Lostbelt became its own proper human history by virtue of turning into a singularity. That is, a distortion in history. In other words, repairing that singularity will restore history, resulting in the land of the Fae never having existed. And isn't that Chaldea's specialty? That voice! Yes, I recognize it too. I'd know it anywhere. Ah, there you go, you bastard. Hey, everyone. Merlin, the Mage of Flowers, is here at last. Sorry to keep you waiting so long. Now come on, cheer up. It's not like you all to give up so easily. In fact, the real battle here in Britain is just about to begin. Oh, really? Oh, really? Where the fuck were you? Well, you were in Avalon. But if Morgan put you in Avalon, why aren't you here now? What took you so long? What took you so goddamn long? Time of creation. Yes, the Fate Extra remake, that needs to come out. It'll be dope. Now then, I believe greetings are in order. Good day, Chaldeans. I'm the amazing Merlin the Great. I've actually been free for some time now, ever since Morgan was killed and her garden disappeared. Sorry for getting here so late. I needed some extra time to get everything ready. Merlin! That's me. I'm glad to see you in good health, Sarah. Tokiomi was the best dad he could, but he tried his best to make sure Reen was... I disagree. Tokiomi was a self-centered mage who saw his daughters as a tool for his own family's long-running prestige.
What?
wasn't trying to be a shitty dad to Elia. He literally couldn't see her anymore. So that's different. It's not like he went out to get milk and never came back. He went out to get a grail and never came back. Well, no, that's not true. He tried to come back. They sealed the gates. Well, Tokiomi just wanted to go to the root. I don't know if he thought much about afterward. It can't possibly be that you're upset. I've been having fun watching these from the sidelines all this time, right? Whoops, sorry about that. I'm still a little shaky. I'm not exaggerating when I say this feels like a waking dream for me. You see, I'm not actually there with you. What you're seeing right now is an illusion. Yep, again. That also means I can only hear your voices. I can't see what either you or Mashu look like right now, Sarah. So I'm afraid our joyful reunion will have to wait a little longer. But don't worry, I'll get to see your grown-up faces in just a few hours. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance to Avalon, making sure I look nice and respectable. Merlin? You're Merlin? That's me. Is that the child of prophecy speaking? Sorry to surprise you like this. I know we have a lot to catch up on, but I'm afraid our private conversations will have to wait until things are somewhat less intense. Let's see, I believe Mr. Gordolf is Chaldea's current commander, yes? Is he there now, too? Yes, I mean, I am. This is Gordolf Music speaking. So you're Merlin, are you? I won't bother asking why you're just showing up now. You're right that we have more pressing matters than you barging in. What I want to know is what you mean when you said that there's still hope. Nice. You pack a lot of bluster into that voice. It seems you're pretty much the exact opposite of the prior acting commander. But I digress. When I said there's still hope, I meant there's still a way to stop this collapse. Catch you later, cool Kermit. Let me cut to the chase. I'd like you to send the Fairy of Paradise back here right away. Artoria, you've been hearing Avalon calling to you ever since you finished ringing the bells, right? It's time for you to fulfill your duty as the Fairy of Paradise. Once you have it, it'll be impossible to erase this singularity and defeat Kernunos. Or it'll be possible, sorry. There's a way to fix this hopeless situation somewhere in paradise? But I'm not qualified to... Qualifications, schmalifications, none of that matters. Kernunos' curse will weaken once the Fairy of Paradise who rang the bells of pilgrimage returns to paradise. Won't get rid of it entirely, but it'll stop it from getting stronger. What is your favorite servant in the Lostbelts so far? Kukulkan's cool, but I'll need to see more of her to figure it out. I don't know if I have a favorite, I suppose. Or maybe it'll take me some time, but I'm kind of like knee-deep in this. Who is the best father in Fate? Enough with the questions! I don't know, there's lots of deadbeat dads in Fate. I can't off the top of my head think of a good one. The god of wisdom who pawned this power off on me confirmed as much. He might be from a different mythology, but he knows what he's talking about here. Isn't that right, Ambrosius? My job is to get Artoria to paradise, by hook or by crook. As long as she's rung the bells of pilgrimage, it doesn't even matter if she's still alive. Why? Right, of course. I should have known that's how this would go. Artoria, why aren't you upset at him? so I've actually kind of known about it all along. I could see why that's why Grimmer here was here the whole time, too. Huh. That's expressly for the worst-case scenario, Grimmer. We're nowhere near that point now. She's in the best condition possible right now. I can't see it, but I can sense it. I have no doubt that the Fairy of Paradise, the Avalon LaFay, will fulfill her duty of her own volition. Even if someone convinces her this is ridiculous. And we should all just give up and enjoy the time we have left. Besides, you all have no choice but to come to Avalon. There's a spirit cavern that leads to the planet's inner sea from the corpse of Albion, the border dragon that sank into the dark bog. Now that Britain has begun to collapse, that path should be open again. All you need to do is go spelunking for 1 hour. That said, we're still talking about the largest holy ground in the Magecraft world. It won't let just anyone in. But it should open for Sarah as a representative of humanity. Mashu is the Knight of the Round Table. The Fairy of Paradise, and I guess there's room for her attendant, Muramasa, as well. The rest of you will have to wait until they get back. So is this the Merlin born in the Lostbelt? Or the same Merlin from Proper Human History? And if so, where the hell's he been this whole time? Because he was sealed... okay, I guess he just went back to being sealed in Avalon. He was only allowed to pop out because he was prior to him being sealed thanks to Babylonia. Isn't that correct? I guess that's how it works. So it's Proper Human History version talking, but why would Lostbelt Morgan have any bearing on Proper Human History Merlin coming here? It's not the same one. It's not the same one. It makes no sense. Well, Gordolf, what would you have us do? What else can we possibly do? Captain, set a course for the Dark Bog at once. That was in the Lake District, right? Do you know the coordinates, Technical Advisor? Sure do. That part won't be a problem. But apparently, the only ones who can enter this, spirit cavern are the 4 Merlin specified. That's not a lot of fighters for a trip as potentially dangerous as this. And that's not even envisioning, mentioning how much I want to see this for myself. They're going to... I guess I'm not getting a clear enough answer. This is the real version of Proper Human History's Merlin. Morgan transferred her memories to Ash, which is why she's aware of Merlin, is even preventing him from entering. I see. Hey, Creator's Freedom! What do you mean you play in a visual novel? I mean, yeah, Fate Grand Order is basically a visual novel for sure. Well, then Morgan was just being extremely stubborn not to let Merlin help out until now. Why is that? Why is that? Yeah, but are you alright, Artoria? I think I'll be fine. Besides, I just end up fighting with Grimmer if I said no. And you know, thinking about it some more, I'm actually kind of excited. This will basically be my first time visiting home. Understood. I'll update our strategy to include Merlin's instructions. Well, Merlin's not really that bad. He just pissed her off and she was pissed at him, which is fair. It's absolutely fair, but that's not enough to seal him when he has the chance of saving the whole fucking world. Yeah, the Tsukihime remake in English should be good. Sarah, Mashu, Artoria, Senji Muramasa. You four will make your way through the Spirit Cavern and head for the planet's inner sea, the paradise of Avalon. The Storm Border will remain on station above the Lake District. Captain Nemo and Da Vinci will focus on piloting the border. If anything should try to attack us, Grimmer and I will fend them off. Wait, please. I still don't know why Morgan looked exactly like Artoria when she was Ash. That pisses me off. I don't understand it at all. This is all new and unfamiliar to me, so I doubt it'll be of much help. But Britain is my home. It's only right that I should take part in any battles we may face. Huh? Absolutely not. If anything, you should be resting right now. You're in no shape to be fighting anymore, right? Fair enough, Astron. Is it a disguise? I guess she was, but why would she need to why would she need to disguise herself as Artoria, of all people? What is the original story of Morgan in the lore? That's complicated, actually. I need to kind of figure that out for myself. Your only job now is to get the treatment you need and recuperate until you're back to your old self. That's an order from the Child of Prophecy. Got it? If you even think about defying me on this, I'll completely abandon my duty. Is that clear? Huh? Yes, Child of Prophecy. I'll follow your orders. I have to say, though, I never thought I'd see the day you got seriously mad at me. You've always been one to keep your feelings in check and not make a fuss. I know what you mean. You think? I thought I've always been pretty open and forthcoming with my feelings personally. Hey, Ari-chan? Can I ask you for a favor? Can you get Kana to pee? It's time. I've been doing it every 2 hours since she couldn't even make it 4 without doing that in her diaper. Would you say Morgan did a better job? I don't know the full circumstances to even be remotely sensible with that. Sure. What is he trying to say? Shit. Whenever you're just turning your brain off and doing something stupid. The rest of the time, you pretend to be a big old nervous Nelly. What do you mean? I've never done anything stupid. And what's a nervous Nelly anyway, Muramasa? Everybody's happy. Yeah, Ari-chan finally is back home. It's great, and she got off of work, too. It's good. It's good. I mean, it's still the same voice actress for Artoria either way. But no, I like Saber Artoria most. Like we discussed earlier, we'll be standing by in the storm border in the Lake District airspace. We expect the operation to take about 3 hours. That's all the time the ship, no, Britain, has left. We have no way of knowing what will happen in the Spirit Cavern. So please, try to be as careful as you possibly can, Sarah. Got it. That felt different from the water mirror that sent me to the past in Norwich. Does this mean we're inside Albion's spiritual cavern now? Can we still contact Chaldea? No, we can't. We're cut off now. just as Da Vinci predicted. Gathering coordinate data now. 10, 20, 40, 80... 80? Master, you're not going to believe this, but it looks like we're 80 kilometers below ground now. Damn, that's even deeper than the pit. A lot deeper. Are we even sure this is underground? It's completely pitch dark, and it doesn't even feel like I'm standing on anything. You're not wrong. This world is in another layer. Another dimension, to put it simply. You were just able to bypass all the ground in the way, thanks to Albion. Thank you for getting you into Fate. Yeah, no worries. If you could choose any series for Fate Grand Order to collab with. I don't know, man. I think I mentioned before that I thought Code Geass would be a cool collab. Be warned that it goes much deeper. In proper human history, the 80-kilometer mark is where Albion gave up the ghost. But in this Lostbelt, Albion managed to make a route all the way to Avalon. Unfortunately, the path wasn't wide enough for Albion to get through, so they still died on the surface. You mean there's a spirit cavern like this in proper human history, too? Sorry for the spamming, but I want to make it clear there are other reasons why Merlin couldn't enter the Lostbelt. Not just the thing with Morgan. Well, I can't wait to find out what those are. Hopefully they become clearer as we watch. That's right. Though over there it's known as the Spiritual Tomb. In proper human history, the Spiritual Tomb of Albion ends at the 80-kilometer mark. Beyond that is a world known as the Fairy Realm, which no human can enter. But since the British Lostbelt is all this world's Fairy Realm, there is no such restriction here. So we can keep going down as far as we like. In real world distance... Jesus, Merlin. You're starting at the 400-kilometer mark and going further down to the Beyond D layer 2,700 kilometers away. That is where you'll find your destination, the planet's inner sea. Wait, so we're 80 kilometers above ground now, and the destination's 2,700 kilometers below? How the hell can we cover that kind of distance? Simple, you take a shortcut. When I said it'd take an hour, I wasn't basing that on how fast you travel. I meant that's how long it'd take, period. I'll use a series of transit time reduction spells to bring you all to your destination. Anyway, this must be pretty dull for you. How about we turn on the lights? Whoa! Whoa, it's a cave now. So, what do you think? Doesn't this feel more like a cavern? Excuse me? Now go on, keep moving. The transit time reduction I mentioned is kicking in with every step you take. This place is Earth's memory. Well, more like a space made of pure information, really. The idea is to skip past all the vague, hazy memories and get you straight to your destination. That should be a huge help, but, is that Merlin? So, finally showing us what you really look like? Is something wrong? Oh, I see. Struck dumb by my true glory, I get it. Very well then, keep your praise upon me. You can even worship me if you like, Muramasa. It's been a long time since I've shown up after all. I need to leave as strong an impression as possible, given the short time I have. Let's just not tell him. Good point, we probably shouldn't pry too deeply into this. But I want to! More importantly, Senpai, that mural over there. Yeah, it's the same one as in Londinium. The Abyssal Worm! Oh, Are you seeing this priestess's memories projected there? Perfect. I'll take the hour you'll be traveling to tell you how this all began. Cool. Sweet. This is the story of the British Lostbelt's genesis, and what precisely the Fairy of Paradise's mission entails. It became ocean at the end. There was ocean at the beginning. After the shooting star passed, the land all ran into rivers. Long, long ago, as far back as time can go, 6 fairies went outside to find the world had become an ocean. This is awful, they thought. How terrible our world has become. Then a large shadow rose up from the ocean. It belonged to a giant, fluffy creature. On its shoulder stood one of the animals the fairies believed was gone. The 6 fairies and the god soon became friends. It wasn't easy living on the ocean. There was nowhere to go and nothing to do. But the god made things better for the 6 fairies by sheltering them from the waves. The ocean without waves is nice, but we still miss having land. So the 6 fairies offered the god their joy. And they offered the god their wish. Then they offered the god himself. And so the fairies' wish was granted. Then, after their rejoicing ended, they tricked the god into drinking poisoned wine, and he died. How do you get poisoned wine in a world of water? And so the fairies acquired the god's body. They made the body into land on which they could live. They were grateful, too, to be able to make use of the crying, screaming animal the dead god left behind. What was this animal? She was their only human. Ah, but one simply wasn't enough. So, being very careful not to kill her, they cut her to pieces. They cast a spell on her to make sure she wouldn't die no matter what they did, and used every last piece of her. For what? Thus did the Isle of Britain come into being. Thus did the great mistake begin. May the first 6 fairies find salvation. May the first 6 fairies be cursed for all time. I saw your question. I'm not really in a Higurashi mood right now. There you have it. You may have heard it before, but that's the story of Britain's creation. Any questions? That's not how I remember it. Indeed, the first 6 fairies, the progenitors of the 6 clans, killed Kernunos. The pit you saw on the surface is Kernunos' grave, and the curse spilling out of it even as we speak is his rage. But why would the fairies do such a thing? He was in their way. This all happened 14,000 years ago. When the 6 fairies came out of paradise and onto the surface, Earth was already covered in a sea of nothingness. The one who ended up helping the 6 stranded fairies was a Celtic beast god who had come up to the surface just like they had. A god who would later come to be known as Kernunos. Kernunos and his priestess, the lone human who had managed to survive just like the fairies had, both did their best to protect the fairies. At first, the fairies were grateful for their help. But the Sea of Nothingness never changed. No matter how much time passed, no land appeared. The fairies blamed Kernunos for that. They thought he just wasn't strong enough. What's more, they didn't particularly like his priestess. She was constantly telling them to sort themselves out and consider the consequences of their actions. Eventually, the fairies couldn't take it anymore and decided to deal with Kernunos permanently. They figured that since they didn't have any land to stand on, they could find a substitute. And since Kernunos was so big, they thought his body could serve just fine as a small island. But of course, Kernunos was a god. They couldn't kill him easily, so they came up with a plan and held a festival. They told Kernunos they were holding the festival in his honor to worship him, and held a banquet with lots of wine. Kernunos was delighted that he was being celebrated for being the fairies' first official god. He probably figured they were trying to change their thoughtless ways. And so, against his priestess's wishes, Kernunos attended the banquet and was poisoned to death when he drank their wine. Some rejoicing that turned out to be. What about the priestess? What happened to her? The fairies used her as the foundation, no, the base ingredient, for the humans that came later. The truth is, every human in the British Lostbelt is an inferior copy of the priestess who was killed during Britain's genesis. At any rate, as an A-ray, the 6 fairies went on to create their own stone and forest children and grow their clans. As time passed, they transformed more and more of Kernunos' body into land. But after 100 years, things stopped going quite so well for the fairies. Their children kept dying, turning into fallen trees adrift on the sea. New generations kept being born, so the number of fairies never decreased. And thanks to the humans who had been copied from the priestess's cells, Britain slowly developed into a civilization. With civilization came new societal roles. The fairies made new types of fairies, and their forests flourished like never before. But they also kept dying for no reason whatsoever. Eventually, the 6 progenitor fairies realized Kernunos' rage was the cause. Even though Kernunos' soul was gone, his body wasn't completely dead. In fact, his heart alone still burned with the fire they used to cremate him. Even in his death, Kernunos' body continued to smolder with anger and curses. He could very well have come back to life at any time. Mad Mullet Jack? That sounds like a very strange title for a game. Mullet? Mullet? Like the hairstyle? Why? He could very well have come back to life at any time. The fairies were so shocked by this that they fled Kernunos' body. Fortunately, this was right around the time their children's corpses were starting to form new ground. And fairy corpses are essentially made from the same stuff as the planet itself. The fallen trees became earth and stone, and quickly filled in the sea, almost as if they were trying to cover up the fairies' sins. That's how this Lostbelt began. That's why this Isle of Britain uses fairy corpses to grow and expand. After several thousand years, the fairies had acquired their very own Britain. But all the while, Kernunos' body was still there. A divine grave that would let no ocean-filling fallen tree near it. An indelible reminder of the fairy sin, a reminder that rejected their corpses. Eventually, the fallen trees blocked off the ocean's water for good, and Kernunos' body was left behind at the bottom of the sea. That is the true nature of the pit. It's not actually a pit. It's the remains of a patched-up, dried-up ocean, or a patch of dried-up ocean. An island made by killing a god, the fairies' original sin. It wasn't just Kernunos they killed, but the priestess who served him as well. No, she wasn't just killed. She was desecrated and used as a tool for all those 14,000 years. No wonder Kernunos is so pissed. I doubt even killing every fairy in Britain would be enough to satisfy him. Although, why'd he come to the surface anyway? Isn't it kind of narrow-minded to curse the whole damn world just because you got killed? Especially after you went out of your way to get involved with the fairies? That's probably because Kernunos was an envoy of paradise sent to reprimand the fairies. That was the whole reason he came here, to punish them. I don't think his heart was in it, though. Like this mural shows, Kernunos was a very kind god by nature. But the fairies might have found him terrifying simply because he existed. So his whole purpose of coming here was to reprimand the fairies? That's right. That's the point where this Lostbelt diverged from proper human history, and its greatest mistake. You see, 14,000 years ago was the greatest turning point for all of humanity. Maybe you heard something about the planetary envoy that almost destroyed Earth's past ancient civilization back in Olympus? Everything ties back to the Titan. Yes, we did. It was a whole white civilization-destroying giant named Sephar, who fell from a shooting star. Sephar wiped out countless pantheons and almost destroyed every civilization on Earth. In the end, it was humans who managed to defeat it, not gods. Well, like the divine constructs that they wielded. I heard they did so using divine constructs, there you go, weapons made in the planet's inner sea, meant to combat planetary threats. I also heard that the sacred sword Excalibur was the greatest such weapon, and that it was created in Britain. Ah, yes. That's right. I just realized that nobody here has ever mentioned it. The very idea of a sacred sword just doesn't exist in this version of Britain. So that must mean Excalibur was never made here? But they did have Galatine and Erendite. Those have to be fake. They were just borrowing their names from the round table of proper human history. Besides, Barguest's Galatine was her horn, and Melusine's Erendite was just crystallized magical energy. So yeah, it's pretty clear that no sacred sword was ever made in this Britain. That's right. And I'm sure I don't have to tell you what happened as a result. In this what-if world, humanity never had the means to defeat Sephar. That's why they were wiped out. Sephar destroyed all the planet's landmasses and took them for itself, leaving only a sea of nothingness with a few aquatic life forms. So why was the sacred sword never made? The reason for that is both exceedingly simple and unsurprising. Its creators slacked off. The A-Ray, that is, the 6 fairies who were supposed to forge it in the planet's inner sea, decided it would be okay to take the day off just this once, and went off to have fun. It was only once they noticed something had gone wrong with the world, and went up to the surface, that they realized the consequences of their choices. But they figured out that there was no changing the past, and refused to accept that the world's destruction was their fault. So Kernunos, the one god who had taken shelter in paradise to keep his priestess safe, was sent to reprimand them and make them atone for their sins. But then, the fairies killed Kernunos and his priestess, the last surviving human. At that point, they could no longer return to the planet's inner sea. Only those free of sin may pass, meaning only fairies without sin can go to paradise. It's the same for all of Britain's fairies, as they're all descended from those original 6. None of them can enter the planet's inner sea, and so they continue to suffer on that island of sin to atone. So a single lapse in judgment ended the world. That's right. It all started with the sacred sword never being made. Eventually, fairies chosen from the planet's inner sea were sent to the surface to correct this mistake. Ah. The first one was Vivian, and the second one was you, Caster. Your mission is to have the 6 clans admit to their mistake and inherit the mystic needed to create the sacred sword. The bells of pilgrimage indicate to the clan heads have accepted their sins, and the fairy who rings all of them becomes the sacred sword itself. Ah. But as Vivian refused to do that. After all, once the sacred sword was made, the very premise on which this Lostbelt is built would cease to be. I'm sure you've learned about this yourself when you rang the bell in Orkney, Caster. And in spite of that, you continued on your path, defeated Morgan, and now you're here with Sarah. You must have had to face down so many doubts to come this far. In fact, you may never be entirely free of them. But even so, you're still here, which is why I believe you have what it takes to see this through to the end. Anyway, I know that was a lot of talking, but we're almost at our destination now. Maybe I'll check it out. Is Mad Mullet Jack an anime game? Because if not, I'm probably not that interested. The convictions of the last dragon are waiting up ahead to see if you are all qualified to proceed. Only those free of sin may pass. That sin doesn't refer to the original sin you're born with, or the sins you've committed in your life thus far. It refers to what you're about to do, and what your hearts are resolved to now. It's your reason for living, your principle for existence and prosperity. The way the land of hope will only open for those who demonstrate true strength in these regards. It's gone. Everything on the surface is gone. The sky, the sea, life, everything I've ever seen. My records will never again grow in number. I will never again know new joys. You who would choose the sacred sword's wielder, you who would chant the king's name. If you seek a new world, then leave all traces of the old behind. My name is Redacted! I am the last dragon, the one who chose to continue flying above the ground instead of returning to the inner sea. If you can overcome these tears, I will offer my heart to the Forger of Stars. Okay, Albion. Bring it, you bastard. Oh, I only get 3 people to do this? Well. Musashi. She's like, I'm not even from this country, but I'll clean up the mess. And Merlin, since you talked our ear off, you're gonna work on this too, okay? That should work. Okay, so it is an anime game. Fine, I'll jot down the name and hopefully I'll remember.
みんなついてきて。
Mad Mullet Jack. God, that sounds weird. Wait, what's up with your health bar? Increase attack defense when attacked. Okay, so try to kill him in as few hits as possible, basically. You're probably gonna leave soon, City? I might wrap this up fairly soon myself, depending. Once I get back to the world map, I'll see what node we're currently
この
on.
辺りいじった方がいいんじゃないか。君の道行きを信じよう。さあ、
よー
行きなさい。
し、そこ狙うからね。唐突にひらめいた。ロリン、待ってました。メジカン、憤怒を持って諸悪。今度
Hello, Ms. Goomba 39. This is the last arrow for sector 27, 27. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm probably gonna wrap it up soon. Things have been a tiny bit hectic, and I would like to catch up on some of my obligations.
お望みのマップいいとも。
Plus, Ari-chan must have had a tough day. You gotta go, Dawson? Catch you later. Oh, invincible? Of course. You just have to do that. Well, how long does your stupid invincibility last? One turn. Alright. Well, you stay put. And we'll just go doodly-doo-doo-doo.
やります。ここでまっすぐでね。やだな。
And then revenge!
ロリンの真髄、お見せしましょう。メジカン、憤怒を持って諸悪。
Of course, I'll finish up the stream tomorrow.
我が勝負。
And I'll also be looking into trying to figure out what went on with my previous video, my my strange fake video. Like I said, I have to upload that to my test channel, make sure it doesn't get flagged, and yeah. Saber Hokusai, huh? I can hear the bells tolling. My heart may have stopped, but yours yet beats strong. Welcome home, Avalon LaFay. May the sound of hope echo into the future. That was actually an amazingly easy fight. Is that light from the outside? That's right. That's the entrance to the planet's inner sea. This is the land of the young, Tir Nanog, the eternal spring. This is the place many life forms have dreamed of finding. Wait, I thought we were going to Avalon, not Tir Nanog. Those are totally different mythologies. Or do they share a common occurrence? Is that what they're getting at? Welcome to an Avalon whose time has come. This is where the journey of the planet's birth ends. Huh? Interesting. They're really overlapping those mythologies here. What? Oh yeah, we're in there now. Sweet. Well, that was one hell of a revelation, I gotta
いよい
say.
よ夏が始まりました。
You interrupted the song because you're embarrassed about singing. Well, we're in Avalon. Nifty, nifty, nifty. Read notes, what about it? I have read notes. Anyway, thank you guys for tuning in. Ah, yes, thank you for the amazingly generous super chats as well, and the memberships and all that good stuff. I look forward to tomorrow. Oh, new entry in the notes. Well, I was gonna read it at the very end because, yeah. It's basically updated with all of Merlin's info. This makes making the lore video surprisingly easy, I gotta say. Oh, not angel notes. When I hear Type Moon in notes, there's only one thing my brain's gonna go to, bro. Edinburgh. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe. Be on the lookout for when I eventually get my Strange Fake video back up. If you can just give it a like and a comment, that'll help burst it in the algorithm, because I know all of you guys have already seen that video, or a lot of you have, and so it's a shame, but I still want it to thrive and succeed, because, yeah. Until next time, celebrate your fandom.